Chapter 266. After this match, you will know that your quick sword truly can only be called second in the inner palace. Chu Mu indifferently said. His tone had a tyrannical feeling of looking down on the heavens and earth. Not only was Yi Shaokai surprised, but the students and the referees were also very surprised. They weren't idiots, and they could tell from Chu Mu's words what Chu Mu wanted to express. The meaning was that Chu Mu wanted to use an even faster sword to defeat Yi Shaokai and make Yi Shaokai's humble words from before a reality. Was this possible? He's crazy. He's really crazy. Yi Shaokai's sword is the fastest. Even Huangfu Tsangyue has to admit that Chu Mu wants to compete with Yi Shaokai's advantage. He even wants to defeat Yi Shaokai. Has the title of supernova made him dizzy? Most of the students thought that Chu Mu was arrogant. However, Zhu Geming and Lei Hao did not think so. In their impression, Chu Mu was not an arrogant person. He was the kind of person who would do what he said. If Chu Mu wasn't arrogant, didn't that mean his sword was even faster than Yi Shaokai's? As for Liang Haishan, he only had 100% confidence in Chu Mu. He was almost blindly following Chu Mu. He believed that Chu Mu would definitely do what he said. This was the belief formed after witnessing Chu Mu's victory again and again. I'm very surprised that you have such confidence. Yi Shaokai was surprised. He smiled and said, Before I use my sword, I want to tell you something. Within the inner mansion, there are several things that are the strongest. Yi Shaokai said slowly, Huangfu Tsangyue is known as the strongest attack, which is invincible. Wan Pan is known as the strongest defense. Except for Huangfu Tsangyue's attack, no other attack can break through. Jiang Yuhuan is known as the softest sword. I believe you have seen some of it. Except for Huangfu Tsangyue and Wan Pan's sword, all other attacks will be dissolved by her softest sword. Other than that, there are two others who are publicly acknowledged as the strongest. One of them is Fu Shi, who is known as the strongest in terms of technique. He has many variations, and no one can match him. Yi Shaokai smiled and said, The last one is known as the fastest sword. That's me, Yi Shaokai. No one raised any objections when Yi Shaokai said that. Even Huangfu Aoshuang, Dongfanggu, and the others had no objections. That was enough to prove that Yi Shaokai was telling the truth. Of course, although it was publicly acknowledged, it did not mean that they were the strongest. Apart from Huangfu Tsangyue, Wan Pan and Jiang Yuhuan, the others, such as Fu Shi and Yi Shaokai, were left behind by Huangfu Aoshuang, Dongfanggu, and the others. Although they did not have the so-called strongest in terms of technique or the fastest sword, they had their own unique styles, such as the Ice Force or the Mother and Son swords. However, they did not dare to underestimate people like Fu Shi and Yi Shaokai. Being able to obtain the title of the strongest in terms of technique and the fastest sword meant that they had terrifying potential. Perhaps one day they would be left behind by them. This was the first time Chu Mu had heard of this. However, it did not make him afraid. It only made him interested. Your fastest sword will soon become the second fastest, Chu Mu said nonchalantly. All right, you have that ability. So what if I give you the title of the fastest sword? Yi Shaokai was open-minded. He was not angry at all. Instead, he smiled and stabbed out. No wonder he was recognized as the fastest sword. With one stab, he crossed a distance of 10 meters and appeared in front of Chu Mu in a flash. With such speed, even a beginner swordsman in the Qi transformation realm who could use innate sword Qi would be killed on the spot. Because it was too fast, he could not react in time. Even a swordsman in the initial level of Qi transformation would have a 50% chance of being killed on the spot. There was a flash of light in Chu Mu's eyes. In the previous matches, Yi Shaokai's sword was very fast, but not to this extent. But whose sword was faster? Chu Mu had never been afraid. For a swordsman, in their cultivation life, drawing and withdrawing the sword were all necessary skills. Because the battle between swordsmen was very direct. It was a hand-to-hand battle between weapons, which was different from swordsmen's. Swordsmen had sword chi and other sword arts, but swordsmen did not. Therefore, it was extremely dangerous. This meant that if one could draw his sword faster than others, he would have the upper hand. Chu Mu, who was evaluated by his teacher as a person who was born for the sword, was more talented than other swordsmen on the path of swordsmen. Naturally, he was better than other swordsmen in all aspects of swordsmen. Sword speed was just one of Chu Mu's daily homework. Seeing the consummation of sword chi, Chu Mu immediately saw the trajectory of Yi Xiaokai's sword. If he wanted, Chu Mu could completely block the sword. But now, Chu Mu wanted to use a fast sword against a fast sword to defeat Yi Xiaokai. As soon as he drew his sword, everyone only felt that they could see the trajectory of Chu Mu's sword. Only Huangfu Sanyue and the others, as well as the referees, narrowed their eyes in an instant. When the speed reached a certain limit, it would give people an illusion that it was not very fast and they could see the trajectory. It was like ordinary people looking at the high-speed rotation of fan blades. They vaguely felt that the fan blades were not rotating very fast because they could almost see the signs of rotation. Yi Xiaokai felt it the most and was the most shocked. When his sword was 1 foot away from Chu Mu drew his sword. As soon as the sword came, Yi Xiaokai felt his hair stand on end. Chu Mu's sword was even faster than his. A cold star enlarged in front of his eyes. Yi Xiaokai had an intuition that if his sword continued to stab Chu Mu, he would be stabbed by Chu Mu before it could reach him. He instantly made the judgment and retreated immediately. Chu Mu did not chase after him. After Yi Xiaokai put some distance between them, his face turned slightly pale. He stared at Chu Mu vigilantly and was fully on guard. He looked like a hedgehog on guard. Yi Xiaokai was shocked and doubtful. He even wondered if it was just an illusion. Yi Xiaokai's mind was very firm since he had cultivated to his current level. He could not back down just like that. Therefore, he decided to draw his sword again to see if Chu Mu's sword was faster than his. The other students, on the other hand, were at a loss. They couldn't understand what had just happened. Yi Xiaokai drew his sword again. This time, it seemed to be even more powerful than the first one. The sword went straight for Chu Mu's face. It was as fast as lightning. The air resistance of this long and narrow sword was less. The power was more condensed, faster and more powerful. When it was 1 inch away from Chu Mu, another cold star appeared in front of Yi Xiaokai's eyes. This time it was even faster than his. Yi Xiaokai shook his sword. In an instant, hundreds of sword light appeared. The sword light was different from the normal sword light that could interfere with one's vision. Each of the sword light was concentrated on the sword. Could it be that Yi Xiaokai had 100 hands that could stab 100 swords at the same time? No, he only had 2 hands and 1 sword, so he could only stab once. However, the speed of his sword was so fast that the 100 swords seemed to stab at the same time. Yi Xiaokai was fast, but Chu Mu was faster. In an instant, hundreds of sword light appeared. They arrived first and shattered Yi Xiaokai's 100 sword light, leaving only a cold star flying toward Yi Xiaokai. Yi Xiaokai retreated again. He had to retreat. Yi Xiaokai was finally sure that Chu Mu's sword was faster than his. It was a huge blow. Yi Xiaokai's face turned gloomy. He was known as the fastest sword. Even Huangfu Sanyue, who was known as the king of swordsmanship, could not compete with him in sword speed. However, today there was a man who surpassed him in sword speed. Moreover, this man was also better than him in other aspects. Your sword is really faster than mine. The title of fastest sword is yours. After a long while, Yi Xiaokai exhaled and said to Chu Mu with a bitter smile. Then he turned around and jumped off the fighting ring. Sword speed was his specialty. Since he was not as fast as his opponent, what was the point of continuing the fight? Yi Xiaokai's back was a little bleak, but there seemed to be a hint of rebirth in him. If he could see through it, he might be able to make further progress. The referee took a deep breath and announced, "Chu Mu wins." The students were still in shock and did not react. Junior brother Chu is really... Zhuge Ming sighed and had to admit that he was wrong. He had thought that Chu Mu was extraordinary and would definitely get a good ranking in the finals of the King of Swordsmanship competition. However, he would not be able to enter the top 100 with this ranking. However, Chu Mu had proved to him again and again that not only could he enter the top 100, but he was also qualified to compete for the top 10. Such a level of swordsmanship had already surpassed him. Good. Fu, she said a few words in a row and licked his lips with interest. Wan Pan also looked at Chu Mu a few more times before finally looking at Chu Mu seriously. As for Huang Fu Tsangyue, she was still ignored as usual. What was the use of a fast sword? The level of one's strength could not be determined by one aspect alone. No matter how many changes you make, I will break it with one sword. Round 14, Battle 30. Astral 2's Wan Pan vs. Astral 9's Lei Hao. The referee's announcement caused another round of uproar. However, there was nothing strange about this arrangement. So far, Wan Pan had only lost once, and Lei Hao had only lost once. It was normal for them to be arranged to fight each other. Wan Pan stood up and appeared on the fighting ring. His body was as motionless as a mountain, and he did not become depressed because Huang Fu Tsangyue had broken his ring. Lei Hao also appeared on the fighting ring, his fighting spirit bursting. Wan Pan had watched every one of Lei Hao's matches, and he knew that he was inferior to Lei Hao in terms of attack power. Since his attack power was not as good as Lei Hao's, he could not defeat Lei Hao with his own attack. With a quick thought, he placed the 10,000 plate great sword in front of him. He spread his legs apart and assumed a defensive posture. His aura, which was as immovable as a mountain, slowly spread out. This aura was very heavy. The heavy aura rushed towards Lei Hao as if it wanted to use this aura to crush Lei Hao. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 267. Lei Hao's expression changed slightly when a heavy mountain-like aura came crashing down. His eyes immediately exploded with a strong fighting spirit. With a low roar, a strong aura like that of a ferocious tiger emerged from his body. The momentum collided with a roar. Wan Pan did not move, but Lei Hao's body trembled. Obviously, he was not as good as Wan Pan in this kind of momentum confrontation. Lei Hao used all his strength to crush Wan Pan's momentum. Although his qi and blood were surging and his breath was unstable, he knew very well that this was his only chance. Once Wan Pan's mountain-like momentum gathered again and crushed him, it would be difficult for him to defeat it a second time. At that time, not to mention using his sword, he would be suppressed by Wan Pan's mountain-like momentum and be defeated without being able to use his sword. Lei Hao could not accept that kind of result. As soon as he used his sword, a stormy and thunderous attack immediately launched, not giving Wan Pan a chance to gather his momentum again. Wan Pan gave up gathering his momentum and waited for the arrival of Lei Hao's stormy attack. Huang Fu Tsangyue could break my defense because his attack was strong enough. Do you think you can break my defense? With a roar, Wan Pan launched his defense. Lei Hao's every sword was very violent. Every sword was the perfect combination of speed and power, and every sword broke out a terrible power. However, Wan Pan's defense was as steady as a mountain. He resisted Lei Hao's sword attack. His arm was steady, and he did not move at all. After attacking for a long time, Lei Hao used the explosion skill. Every time his sword hit Wan Pan's sword, it would produce an explosive power and bombard him. Wan Pan's eyes moved slightly, his wrist trembled slightly, and the big sword vibrated, directly shattering the explosive power. Chu Mu saw the confrontation between Lei Hao and Wan Pan clearly. Lei Hao's attack was so fast and fierce that it was almost suffocating, but Wan Pan's defense was as steady as Mount Tai. The two completely different confrontations caused a strong psychological impact. Lei Hao's explosion skill, in essence, is also a kind of vibration. Chu Mu thought secretly. The last time he fought with Lei Hao, he had personally experienced the so-called explosion technique. After careful consideration, he came to the conclusion that this explosion technique was actually a branch of the vibration technique. Lei Hao's mastery of the explosion skill was still at the level. Even so, after Chu Mu personally experienced skill, Zhen Tian style skill, he had had a little progress skill of Zhen style skill. Zhen Tian skill. Now he wanted to fight with Wan Pan and personally experience Wan Pan's vibration technique. He wanted to see if it was different from his own heaven-shaking flow's vibration technique, or if it was the same. He Wang Ming Tian, using force exertion techniques would increase the power of the sword, but at the same time it would also increase the consumption of one's physical strength, causing a greater burden on one's body. Sword, 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 sword. Wan Wan S sword. Wan 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 Wan. Wan 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 Wan. Lei Hao's face was a little pale. Wan Wan Wan's face was a little better. After all, he was only defending. Although he was also using vibration skill, his energy consumption was not as obvious as Lei Hao's. Wan 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 attacked again. This time, it was clearly weaker than the previous one. Wan 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 immediately seized the opportunity. After blocking this attack, he waved his sword and counterattacked. Wan Wan Wan's sudden change from defense to offense was completely out of Lei Hao's expectations. He hurriedly blocked. However, this was a deliberate attack from Wan Pan. Its power was extraordinarily great, and it also contained a vibration technique. Lei Hao just happened to be at a disadvantage, and he wasn't prepared. His defense wasn't outstanding either, so when he was struck by Wan Pan's greatsword, the sword in his hand flew out. Wan 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 wins. The referee announced. Wan Wan Wan's victory was expected. If Lei Hao won, then the world would be turned upside down. The following matches were mostly between the top 100 students of the previous tournament. Among them, Qi Xiaofan, Fang Lingyan, Huang Fufu, and the others also continued to compete. Because the number of matches was not as many as before, the 14th round ended in just one day. Although it was not yet night, the matches for the day had already ended. The 15th round would be held the next day. Each round was more exciting than the last, and the audience was looking forward to it. They wished that there would be no day or night for them to compete until the end. I've already defeated Yi Shaokai, who was ranked 12th in the previous tournament. The referee will probably arrange for me to fight against one of the top 10 students in the 15th round. I wonder who it will be. Chu Mu thought to himself as he sat in the sword gauntlet. Every student in the top 10 had their own unique sword techniques. To be honest, Chu Mu knew every one of them. Their different styles and characteristics might be helpful to him in perfecting his path to becoming a grandmaster. However, the referee's arrangement would not allow him to fight against the top 10 students in turn. At most, he would only fight against some of them, no matter who it would be. Chu Mu was looking forward to it. The next day arrived, and the 15th round began. Under the referee's supervision, the matches continued one after another. In this round, Lei Hao was arranged to fight against Bu Jinglong. In the end, Lei Hao was defeated by Bu Jinglong's sword. 15th round, 19th match, Fu Shi of Astral 2 versus Chu Mu of Astral 9. After the referee's announcement, the students fell silent, but it soon caused another uproar. Chu Mu's victory over Yi Shaokai was already shocking enough. Hence, he was crowned as the fastest sword among the supernovas. Now he was going to fight against Fu Shi, who had the strongest technique. Interesting. I've been waiting for this moment. Fu Shi licked his lips. His body suddenly trembled, and he slithered away like a venomous snake. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the arena. Fu Shi grabbed a short sword from the wooden rack. Just as he was about to step onto the arena, he instinctively grabbed another short sword from the rack with his left hand. 2 short swords. Fu, she is going to use 2 short swords. The students were shocked once again. In the previous tournament, Fu, she had never used 2 short swords. This time, however, he had suddenly picked up 2 short swords. Was there something special about it? However, Fu, she was holding a short sword in his right hand, while his left hand was sheathed at his waist. It seemed like he was keeping it as a backup, which was very puzzling. Chu Mu also arrived at the arena. He had also picked up 2 competition swords. He held one in his hand and tied the other to his back. What's going on? Fu, she picked up 2 short swords. So why is Chu Mu also picking up 2 swords? The students were all confused. They could not understand the situation in front of them. 2 swords? Are you sure you can control them? Fu, she's eyes narrowed. He did not know if Chu Mu could really use 2 swords at the same time or if he was just bluffing. Only a battle would reveal the truth. Your sword is indeed very fast. Even Yi Shaokai is not as good as you, and neither am I. However, it's a pity that a fast sword is countered by my technique. Fu Shi's voice was a little gloomy. What he said was not wrong. A fast sword would be countered by his short sword. This was the so-called an inch shorter is an inch more dangerous principle. Using a short sword and having the title of the strongest technique, when the 2 of them were combined, no fast sword would be effective, unless the speed of the sword had reached a limit, to the point where the technique could not keep up with it, surpassing Fu Shi's reaction speed. However, that was impossible. Those who practiced the short sword all had better reaction speed than other swordsmen, not to mention Fu Shi, who was more outstanding among the short sword users. His reaction speed was almost instinctive. It was faster than his conscious reaction speed. When I fought with Yi Shaokai, he used a fast sword, and I also used a fast sword. Hearing this, Chu Mu smiled faintly and said slowly, when I fought with you, I did not plan to use a fast sword. Since you claim to have the strongest technique, I will use my sword technique to compete with you. Hearing this, Fu Shi's face was suddenly filled with astonishment. He suspected that he had misheard. As for the judges and students, they all looked as if they had seen a ghost. They dug their ears, suspecting that there was something wrong with their hearing. What did Chu Mu say? He actually said that he wanted to compete with Fu Shi in sword technique. Is Chu Mu crazy, or are we crazy? Not only them, but even Wan Pan and Huang Fu, Psangyue, also had a flash of astonishment in their eyes. Up to now, Chu Mu's swordsmanship, in addition to being average, was outstanding in the speed of drawing the sword, the defense of using the sword, and the eyesight to find flaws. The speed of drawing the sword was reflected in defeating Yi Shaokai. The defense of using the sword was reflected in blocking Lei Hao's attack. In the end, he exhausted Lei Hao and made him admit defeat. The eyesight to find flaws was reflected in defeating Fong Lung. Anyone who mastered one of them could easily be ranked in the top 100. However, Chu Mu had 3 of them, and in all fairness, he was very good in other aspects. Otherwise, he could not have defeated Zhu Tianzhao with average swordsmanship. Now, Chu Mu threatened to compete with Fu Shi in sword technique. Hypothetically speaking, if Chu Mu defeated Fu Shi, it meant that his swordsmanship was better than Fu Shi's. Then, combining all these, did it mean that Chu Mu was qualified to compete with Huang Fu Psangyue? Everyone felt that this idea of theirs was simply too crazy. Huang Fu Psangyue, known as the person with the strongest attack and the person with the title of the King of Swordsmanship, was extremely powerful. Good, good, good. Fu Shi spat out the word good 3 times in a row. The smile on his face made it hard for others to tell what it meant. Since that's the case, I'll let you see what the strongest technique is. I'll crush your confidence. I'm looking forward to it, Chu Mu said with a smile. He really wanted to see how strong the so-called strongest technique was and whether it could improve his swordsmanship. The 19th match of the 15th round, Chu Mu versus Fu Shi, began. Fu Shi's body swayed slightly from side to side. A slight hissing sound was also heard, as if a poisonous snake was sticking out its tongue, which made people's hair stand on end. Immediately, Fu Shi's swaying body rushed forward. With the short sword in hand, he stabbed at Chu Mu. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 268. When a poisonous snake hunted, it would always wait for an opportunity to launch a fatal blow at the best time. The moment a poisonous snake attacked, its speed was so fast that it was difficult for people to react. Fu Shi's sword attack was several times faster than that of an ordinary poisonous snake. In everyone's eyes, Fu Shi's figure was reflected. In an instant, he was like a poisonous snake, stabbing toward Chu Mu like a gale of light and shadow. Moreover, the angle of attack was tricky, almost from the blind spot. Chu Mu did not move at all. He waved the sword in his hand and appeared at the blind spot in a shocking way. He directly covered it and blocked Fu Shi's sword, which was like a poisonous snake coming out of its hole. A slight, clanging sound of collision sounded. Fu Shi's attack failed, but he reacted quickly. He made 3 consecutive attacks, one flicking, one turning, and one hooking. His whole body was almost close to Chu Mu. The shorter the distance, the more dangerous it was. For a short weapon like a short sword, its power could only be fully exerted in close combat. People who used a long sword paid attention to a certain distance. A certain space must be maintained between the user and the target. Only by mastering this space could the swordsmanship be fully displayed. If the user was close to the target, no matter if it was a stab, a hack, or a chop, he would be restrained because of the length of the sword. Not only would he not be able to exert his power, but he would even hinder himself and be defeated in the end. As soon as he got close to Chu Mu, Fu Shi knew that he was going to win. Among all the opponents he had encountered, no one had not been defeated after being so close to him. Even Huang Fu Tsangyue did not dare to let him get close. She usually kept a distance when he was about to get close. Chu Mu is going to lose, Gao Mingru, Xiang Tianhe, and others said softly. He should keep certain distance from Fu Shi, and Han shook her head slightly and said softly. After the 3 consecutive strikes, Fu Shi's entire body spun around. His body swayed like a snake as he nimbly appeared behind Chu Mu and stabbed his sword towards Chu Mu's back. This sword was once again blocked by Chu Mu. Chu Mu stabbed his sword from top to bottom, as if he was carrying a scabbard on his back and was about to insert his sword back into the scabbard, accurately blocking Fu Shi's attack. Fu Shi was slightly surprised that his sword did not work. At the same time, he lightly slashed with his short sword, wanting to knock away Chu Mu's sword. Then he slashed 3 times on Chu Mu's back, forming a triangle. Sharp clanging sounds continued to ring out. Fu Shi's 3 consecutive strikes were once again blocked by Chu Mu's sword. It was as if Chu Mu had eyes on the back of his head. With a flick of his wrist, the long sword flipped and slashed upwards. Fu Shi quickly dodged and avoided Chu Mu's counterattack like a snake. Meanwhile, he appeared on Chu Mu's right side and stabbed his sword from top to bottom. This sword was like a venomous snake that suddenly closed its mouth and was about to pierce its prey with its fangs. When the sword was about to stab Chu Mu's shoulder, Fu Shi found that a sword had appeared under his wrist without him noticing. With a gentle flick, his stab was immediately blocked and the sword cut towards his wrist. Fu Shi knew that if Chu Mu had used a sharpened sword, his wrist would have been cut open and blood would not stop flowing. Fu Shi's expression changed slightly and his eyes became deep. He forcefully hooked the short sword that he had stabbed downwards, then lifted it up slightly and slashed down fiercely. As fast as lightning, he slashed Chu Mu's sword to the ground. At the same time, he used the momentum to flick his short sword up and slash towards Chu Mu's neck. Just as he was about to slash Chu Mu's neck, Fu Shi once again discovered that a sword had appeared in front of his wrist. As long as his short sword slashed over, it would be sliced apart by the sword before it could reach Chu Mu's neck. Although the sword had not been sharpened and he would not be injured even if he was cut, that was not allowed. Fu Shi would not allow himself to make the same mistake a second time. Fu Shi quickly made a change. He hooked his short sword inwards and turned it in his hand. Immediately, it collided with Chu Mu's sword. Fu Shi used the momentum to shift his center of gravity downward. His body lowered, and he suddenly dashed forward at an extremely fast speed. After taking 2 steps forward, he suddenly turned around and took a huge arc. He suddenly appeared on the other side of Chu Mu and stabbed his short sword towards Chu Mu's ribs. Chu Mu was using his right hand with his sword. His left rib had become a blind spot. Under normal circumstances, he would not be able to defend himself and could only retreat. However, a strange scene appeared again. Chu Mu's sword defied common sense and appeared on Fu Shi's left rib. The tip of the sword touched Fu Shi's short sword in an instant. A sharp clanging sound was heard, and a force pushed Fu Shi's short sword to the side. At the same time, Chu Mu took advantage of the momentum and slashed out. Fu Shi had no choice but to quickly retreat and distance himself from Chu Mu. 5 meters away, Fu Shi stared at Chu Mu with a face full of vigilance. His pupils kept shrinking and a dark light flashed in his eyes. He slowly moved around Chu Mu on the ground. His upper body kept swaying along with the short sword that was pointed at Chu Mu. This kind of swaying could confuse the opponent's vision and make it impossible for the opponent to lock on and make an accurate attack. It could also confuse the opponent and find an opportunity to launch a fatal attack. Even the head judge's eyes were wide open. This was the first time he had seen a battle of pure sword skills, let alone the other judges and students. This was the first time they had seen such a battle. It made them stunned and terrified at the same time. They could not help but shiver, as if a cold wind had blown past them. They had goosebumps all over their bodies. There was no majestic power, no heavy as a mountain, and no fast as lightning. There was only a battle of pure sword skills and close combat. If both of their swords had been sharpened, someone would have been injured and bleeding. This kind of pure and primitive battle brought a strong visual impact to the students. It immediately awakened some kind of throbbing in their hearts. They only felt that this battle was more exciting than the previous matches. It was difficult for Fu Shi to launch an attack because Chu Mu was pointing his sword diagonally at the ground. He did not move at all. His whole body was like a statue, and Fu Shi could not find any place to attack. The previous battle made him understand that the so-called blind spots did not matter to Chu Mu. Chu Mu took a step forward and appeared in front of Fu Shi as if he was gliding on water. He slashed his sword at Fu Shi's neck. Fu Shi quickly dodged and rushed to Chu Mu's right, avoiding his sword. However, his short sword strangely appeared on Chu Mu's left, stabbing towards Chu Mu's waist. Bright sword light condensed on the short sword, multiplying the power of the sword. Chu Mu's long sword swayed, and the sword light streaked across Fu Shi's eyes. The sword touched Fu Shi's short sword, causing Fu Shi's attack to pause. Chu Mu's wrist shook, and the sword quickly rotated, forming 3 spirals, which directly swept Fu Shi's short sword into the air. The bright and dazzling sword light formed circles and rushed into the air, dazzling everyone who saw it. Fu Shi only felt that he could not control the sword in his hand and could only passively be swept up by an upward force. His body, which was originally rushing towards Chu Mu's right, had no choice but to retreat. Otherwise, he felt as if his right arm was going to be torn apart. Chu Mu's sword suddenly rose up, and the huge impact of the spinning force directly pushed Fu Shi's short sword into the air. Fu Shi's right arm was lifted up high, and his whole body involuntarily rushed upwards. Taking advantage of the momentum, Chu Mu's right arm fell down, and Chu Mu's sword head fiercely hammered towards Fu Shi's chest. With a pung sound, Fu Shi was unable to dodge or block and was instantly struck by the sword head. A wave of pain spread, and his entire body continuously retreated. Chu Mu took advantage of the momentum and chopped down with his sword. The bright sword light condensed, and it seemed as if he was going to split Fu Shi in half. Fu Shi only felt a dull pain in his chest, and just as he was about to let out a muffled groan, a bright sword light fiercely chopped towards him. It was already too late for him to retreat. His left hand touched his waist, and the second short sword rose up, blocking Chu Mu's sword, using the force of the collision to retreat. Fu Shi quickly pulled away from Chu Mu by more than 10 meters. He was like a venomous snake that had been electrocuted, full of fear. He only felt a dull pain in his chest, and his breathing was a little uneven. Make your move. Let me see how well you can use these 2 short swords. Chu Mu did not chase after him. Instead, he pointed his sword at the ground, and a faint smile appeared on his face as he spoke at a neither fast nor slow pace. At this moment, there was a kind of aura on his body. This kind of aura seemed to transcend, like the clouds in the sky, and like the sea, vast and majestic, encompassing everything. This kind of aura actually made Fu Shi's eyes dazed for a moment. He quickly regained his senses, and his heart was filled with horror. Fu Shi could not imagine what was going on. Why was Chu Mu able to perform such unfathomable and terrifying swordsmanship? Even ghosts and gods would be frightened by it. Unbelievable was really unbelievable. Not only was Fu Shi unable to imagine it, but the other students also could not imagine it. This was completely different from what they had expected at the beginning. Even if some people subconsciously thought that Chu Mu might be able to compete with Fu Shi in terms of swordsmanship, they did not expect Chu Mu to be able to suppress Fu Shi in terms of swordsmanship. The current situation was very clear. As long as one was not blind, one could see that not only was Fu Shi unable to do anything to Chu Mu, but he was also repeatedly pushed back by Chu Mu and was at a disadvantage. Because they were using pure techniques to fight, their speed was not slow, but it was not to the extent that people could not see it clearly. Therefore, everyone could see that if Fu Shi had not pulled out his second short sword in time, Chu Mu's slash would have been enough to make Fu Shi lose his ability to fight. Xiang, Tianhe, and Han, and the rest looked as if they had seen a ghost. A trace of seriousness flashed in Wan Pan's eyes. He also could not imagine that a person could be so outstanding in all aspects of swordsmanship. As for the judges, other than being dumbfounded, they were all secretly excited. At the same time, they were secretly guessing how Chu Mu had cultivated. He gave them the feeling that he was a bottomless pit. The chief judge looked calm, but his heart was in a perilous situation. He could say with certainty that Chu Mu was the most unique swordsman he had ever seen. Even the person who had caused the catastrophe of the Sword Mansion 60 years ago was not as frightening as Chu Mu in terms of swordsmanship. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 269. With the 2 daggers in hand, Fu Shi seemed to have recovered quite a bit of confidence, but he still did not attack immediately. He was still around 10 meters away from Chu Mu. He lowered his body and shifted his center of gravity downwards, moving his feet slowly on the tips of his toes. This kind of movement would allow him to react more nimbly and unleash more explosive power. Everyone stopped discussing and held their breaths again. The shock in their hearts was like a tidal wave crashing against them. They widened their eyes and stared at Fu Shi's movements without blinking. Your swordsmanship has indeed exceeded my expectations. You've actually forced me to use the 2 daggers. Fu Shi's eyes were gloomy and his face was stern. As he moved left and right, he spoke with a rather hoarse voice. This is the first time I've used the 2 daggers ever since I learned how to use them. You're the first person who's made me use them. Then let me see how good you are at using the 2 daggers. Chu Mu smiled faintly when he heard that. He could not help but feel a tiny bit of anticipation. Dual sword technique. One could use the dual sword technique with 2 swords, and so could 2 daggers. In fact, One could even use two greatswords and greatswords to use the dual sword technique. However, Dongfanggu's mother-child swords was not a dual sword technique. The reason why the mother-child swords were called that was because there was an inevitable connection between the two swords, one long and one short. Swordsmen called this connection the mother-child swords. Therefore, even though it was more difficult to use the mother-child twin swords than a single sword, there was already a corresponding and perfect cultivation method. The mother-child twin swords were passed down to each other, alternating between offense and defense, and exchanging between the odd and the right. There was a very clear pattern to follow, but this pattern was constantly changing. All in all, under normal circumstances, using the mother-child swords would indeed be more difficult than using a single sword. It would also be relatively more powerful, but it was not absolute. Some powerful people could figure out the pattern of using the mother-child swords, so they would naturally be able to find a way to deal with it. However, the dual sword technique was different. The dual sword technique was a completely unconstrained sword technique. It could both attack and defend, and it could even defend, attack, or counterattack at the same time. The true difference between the mother-child dual swords and the dual swords technique was that the mother-child dual swords technique could not provide a clear boost to one's strength. This was because the mother-child dual swords technique could only be used as a set. Compared to a single sword, there were more variations. That was all. The dual sword technique could clearly increase the user's strength. For example, Chu Mu could increase his overall strength by 30% if he cultivated the dual sword technique to small success. Once he cultivated the dual sword technique to Deshang, the increase would be even greater. However, cultivating dual swords was extremely difficult. Chu Mu had spent a long time trying to figure out how to use dual swords. Only after going through numerous battles did he finally reach the small success stage. Now, that Fu, she wanted to use two short swords. The first thought that flashed through Chu Mu's mind was the dual sword technique. Fu, she swaying from side to side became bigger and faster. His right hand that was holding the short sword was bent and pointed at Chu Mu, while his left hand was holding the short sword behind his back. The two short swords in his hands trembled slightly and made a hissing sound. When Fu Shi's swaying increased to a certain extent, a simple illusion seemed to appear, creating a certain visual confusion. When an illusion appeared on the left and right sides, it was difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. Fu Shi's strength exploded, and his entire body rushed forward, almost sticking close to the ground. His right hand swung back fiercely, and the short sword in his left hand slashed forward, wanting to tear everything in front of him apart. Chu Mu's feet moved, and with small, quick steps, he dodged Fu Shi's attack on the ground. He then stabbed his sword into the ground. Chu Mu's sword seemed to be stabbing into the ground. But strangely, Fu Shi suddenly appeared under Chu Mu's sword. It was as if Fu Shi had delivered himself to Chu Mu's sword. It was extremely strange. Fu Shi's heart trembled. He quickly swung the sword in his right hand, slashing at Chu Mu's sword. With a loud clang, he borrowed the force of the collision and rushed to the side. His left hand slapped the ground, and his entire body twisted and rushed up like a python turning its body. The short sword in his right hand was like a whirlwind as it slashed at Chu Mu, fast and fierce. The short sword in his left hand also slashed out, and his entire body was like a windmill. Chu Mu's sword stabbed out, and Fu Shi forcefully stopped it. He crossed his two swords to block Chu Mu's sword, and used both of his hands to slash horizontally, knocking away Chu Mu's sword. At the same time, his sword was like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue, stabbing at Chu Mu. Chu Mu's sword shook, and sword light condensed into sword flowers, blocking Fu Shi's counterattack and blocking his vision. Unable to attack, Fu Shi quickly retreated, and once again pulled away from Chu Mu. Chu Mu was a little disappointed, because Fu Shi was not using the dual sword technique. He was only using two short swords, and the two short swords were only used for attack and defense. But to be fair, with two short swords, Fu Shi's sword technique had more variations, and it was also more profound. Since it's not the dual sword technique, then let's end this. Chu Mu thought to himself, and took the initiative to attack. A sword stabbed out casually, like a heavenly horse moving without a trace. Fu Shi's face changed, and his pupils contracted. Chu Mu's sword made him feel that he could not avoid it. It was as if he was surrounded by it from top to bottom, left to right, front to back, and this sword could freely change its direction to stab at any part of him. Unable to dodge, he could only block. The two short swords quickly waved back and forth, forming a sword screen. Under Chu Mu's sword, this sword screen was like an illusion, and the sword pierced through it. Cold stars bloomed in front of his eyes and quickly enlarged. Fu Shi took the opportunity to quickly retreat. Chu Mu moved forward like water and stabbed at the empty space on Fu Shi's left. Fu Shi seemed to have rehearsed with Chu Mu and also moved to the left. He could not help but be shocked and moved again. What's going on? Could it be that Fu Shi is doing this on purpose? The students rubbed their eyes, and they were all astonished. When Chu Mu attacked, it looked as if he was taking a stroll in the park. Every sword attack was so simple, so ordinary, and nothing special. However, every sword attack made it impossible for Fu Shi to counterattack. It even seemed as if Fu Shi had taken the initiative to let Chu Mu attack him. Returning to the origin, the head judge was shocked, and he could not help but tremble. The rhythm of the battle was completely controlled by Chu Mu, and Fu Shi was forced into a passive position. He could only continuously defend and dodge Chu Mu's attacks, unable to counterattack. Moreover, Chu Mu seemed to be able to predict his movements. His sword would often appear in Fu Shi's path of dodging, forcing him to change his direction again. As the battle progressed, Fu Shi discovered that all of his movements were under the control of Chu Mu's sword. Chu Mu's sword attack only left a path for Fu Shi to dodge. It was the only path, and Fu Shi had to dodge according to this path, because it was Chu Mu's idea. Once he dodged according to this path, he would find that it was a dead end, but there was another path to dodge. Such a cycle repeated. Fu Shi's face was a little pale, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Chu Mu only felt that his swordsmanship seemed to have improved a little bit, reaching the level of completely controlling the rhythm. He could dodge wherever he wanted his opponent to dodge. Poor Fu Shi seemed to have become a bird in a cage. This time, even Huang Fu Cangyue's eyes flashed with a touch of graveness. He did not know how far his swordsmanship skill had left him. However, Huang Fu Cangyue was just shocked. He was still very confident that Chu Mu was not his opponent. All aspects of swordsmanship, such as skills, speed, strength, and so on, were just components. It did not mean that one would be invincible if he was proficient in any aspect. Chu Mu stabbed again. This time, all of Fu Shi's dodging routes disappeared. He could not even retreat. The only way was to resist with the short sword in his hand. The three swords collided. Chu Mu's wrist shook, and the long sword rotated and twisted. Fu Shi's two short swords were shaken away by a rotating force and separated to the left and right sides. There was nothing in the middle, and Chu Mu's sword went straight in. The sword enlarged in front of Fu Shi's eyes like lightning, and it was pressed against Fu Shi's throat. Fu Shi held the short swords with both hands and opened them, looking like he was surrendering. Chu Mu withdrew his sword and did not say a word. Cold sweat broke out on the tip of Fu Shi's nose, and he stared at Chu Mu in horror. The sense of powerlessness of being controlled by the rhythm was like a nightmare. Chu Mu wins. The referee took a deep breath and announced loudly, and his voice resounded throughout the arena. The entire arena suddenly became strangely quiet, falling into a state of silence. Wait. Fu Shi's voice sounded very hoarse. He stopped Chu Mu, who was about to jump down from the arena, and asked, "Can you use two swords as well?" If there is a chance, you will see. Chu Mu did not turn his head and replied faintly. Originally, Chu Mu thought that Fu Shi knew how to use two swords, so he wanted to fight with two swords. In the end, he realized that Fu Shi was not using two swords, but only using two short swords alternately. It was not enough for him to use two swords. Chu Mu's words undoubtedly admitted that he could use two swords. Didn't that mean that his swordsmanship was more profound than what they had seen? Not only did they gasp, but they also trembled and felt their hair stand on end. When Chu Mu walked back to his seat, everyone looked at him with reverence, as if he was a god. The referee did not announce the next match because he wanted to give everyone some time to digest the shock that Chu Mu had brought. Even the referee needed some time to digest. Chu Mu's swordsmanship was something they had never seen before in their lives. After a full 15 minutes, the referee finally recovered. He let out a breath and calmed himself down before announcing the next match. Although the following matches were also very exciting, perhaps it was because of the excitement of the battle between Chu Mu and Fu Shi, the students felt that the following matches did not attract them as much and were unable to shake their hearts. Thus, it seemed that they did not have such deep and direct feelings. Very quickly, the 15th round of the competition ended. Although night had not fallen, the competition for the day ended here. The students left the arena and went to the cafeteria. They were waiting for the 16th round of the competition to begin tomorrow. They were waiting for Chu Mu's match in the 16th round to be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 270. Junior Brother Chu Mu, how profound are your swordsmanship? Zhuge Ming thought to himself as he stared at Chu Mu. In the dining hall, Chu Mu became the focus of attention. At this moment, even Huang Fu Tsangyue could not overshadow his brilliance. It was too amazing. If Chu Mu was just outstanding in the previous matches, then from the beginning of the match with Yi Shaokai to the end of the match with Fu Shi, Chu Mu had gone beyond the boundary of being outstanding and reached an incredible level. The fastest sword and the strongest technique were both defeated by Chu Mu's sword, and the title had changed hands. In particular, the battle between Chu Mu and Fu Shi, that kind of direct and primitive fighting, that kind of battle that could be called the peak of techniques, made them feel creeped out from the bottom of their hearts. Even their souls were trembling. After dinner, Chu Mu returned to the sword tower and immersed himself in the memories of the battle with Fu Shi. He had to admit that Fu Shi's swordsmanship was indeed the most exquisite that Chu Mu had ever seen so far. Even some of the peak swordsmanship masters on Earth could not compare with him. If it had been before entering the Blood Demon realm, Chu Mu would have found it difficult to defeat Fu Shi with pure swordsmanship. However, for him who had understood his own path of swordsmanship and had raised his real swordsmanship attainments to the level of primary swordsmanship Grandmaster, Fu Shi's swordsmanship could only be said to be powerful, but could not compete with him. However, the battle with Fu Shi today seemed to have awakened a kind of instinct in Chu Mu, who was constantly perfecting his swordsmanship attainments of primary swordsmanship Grandmaster. An all-round swordsmanship Grandmaster was not outstanding in one aspect, but in all aspects. When all aspects reached the level of a Grandmaster and were combined and balanced, a true all-round Grandmaster could be achieved. For example, Huang Fu Tsangyue could be said to have touched the level of a Grandmaster, but only in some aspects, not all aspects. This was also the gap between the swordsmen of the ancient sword continent and the swordsmen of Earth. Of course, even on Earth, there were very few Grand Masters who could be outstanding in all aspects of swordsmanship and finally reach a balance. Chu Mu was now walking on such a difficult and tortuous path. Omnipotent, as he absorbed the harvest, he cultivated his sword technique and turned it into his own. Chu Mu immersed himself in the joy of small improvements. Who do you think the judges will arrange for Chu Mu to be his opponent in this round? It should be someone ranked above Fu Shi, like Xiang Tianhe, Dong Fanggu, Huangfu Aoshuang, Jiang Yuhuan, Wan Pan, Huangfu Cangyue, and so on. I'm guessing that it must be either Xiang Tianhe, Dongfang Gu, or Huangfu Aoshuang. The 16th round of the competition finally began. However, the first match wasn't Chumu's match that everyone was looking forward to. Instead, it was a duel between the others. The students quickly adjusted themselves and focused on the competition. Although it wasn't Chumu's match, it was still a match between the top 100 students of the previous batch. It was also very exciting. It could also be said that these matches were just appetizers. The students were still very much looking forward to Chumu's match. During this period, Lei Hao also entered the arena again. His opponent happened to be Zhu Geming. As soon as Lei Hao drew his sword, it was a violent attack. However, Zhu Geming seemed to have seen through the flaws of Lei Hao's attack. Every sword could restrain Lei Hao's attack, making Lei Hao's attack unable to be connected. In the end, Lei Hao was defeated by Zhu Geming. In this way, the gap between Lei Hao and Chumu was even more obvious. In fact, for the students, before Lei Hao and Chumu's duel, they were very interested. However, after Lei Hao was defeated by Chumu's sword, they didn't pay much attention to Lei Hao. Often, the losers were like this. Only the winner was the object of everyone's attention. The match between Huangfu Cangyue and Jiang Yuhuan also began. In the end, Huangfu Cangyue defeated Jiang Yuhuan with an extremely domineering sword in the third move. Although Jiang Yuhuan's extremely soft sword could dissolve her opponent's attacks, there was still a limit to it. Huangfu Cangyue's sword was too domineering, and her attacks were extremely powerful. They had already exceeded Jiang Yuhuan's ability to dissolve them, so it wasn't strange that she was defeated. Wan Pan faced off against Xiang Tianhe. Xiang Tianhe used all of his Winding River sword, but in the end he was still unable to overcome Wan Pan's monolith sword and was defeated. The matches continued one after another. Round 16, Battle 18. Astral 4's Dongfang Gu versus Astral 9's Chumu. As the referee's voice fell, the students who had been discussing animatedly all fell silent. It was as if they had all agreed to it at the same time. Their gazes first looked at Dongfang Gu, then swept past him and looked at Chumu. Will Chumu defeat Dongfang Gu this time? When Chumu and Dongfang Gu both stood on the arena, the students gradually began to discuss in low voices. It's hard to say. Maybe Chumu really can defeat Dongfang Gu. I'll use my full strength, Dongfang Gu said. At this moment, he placed a lot of importance on Chumu. After all, Fu Shi's swordsmanship could not even compare to his own, but had still been defeated by Chumu in the end. Thus, Dongfang Gu did not dare to be careless. Please, Chumu saluted with his sword. Dongfang Gu attacked first. Strictly speaking, the mother-child twin swords also required technique. Thus, Dongfang Gu's pure swordsmanship might not be as good as Fu Shi's, but his swordsmanship was not weak either. When combined with other aspects, he had the ability to defeat Fu Shi. Chumu did not use his twin swords. To him, Dongfang Gu was not worthy of his dual swords. With one sword in hand, the feeling of being in control of the rhythm appeared once again. Dongfang Gu's mother-child twin swords were one odd, one straight, one offensive, and one defensive. Offense and defense were not fixed and could be interchanged. Dongfang Gu was unknowingly led by Chumu. After launching a round of attacks, Chumu had more or less figured out his attack pattern. In other words, Dongfang Gu's swordsmanship was no longer a secret in Chumu's eyes. He casually stabbed out with his sword. It was casual and casual, but it also gave off a majestic feeling of being able to control everything. This sword was a fusion of many things. Dongfang Gu felt it the most. He only felt that under Chumu's attack, his mother-child twin swords were completely restrained. Whether it was attacking or defending, he could not let go of his swords. He felt like he was being tied down. Retreat. He could only retreat. This was the first time he had retreated. Sometimes, retreating a step would make the world easier. However, Dongfanggu's one step back put him in a predicament. The rhythm was completely under Chu Mu's control. Dongfanggu seemed to have become a puppet, while Chu Mu was the one controlling the puppet. Dongfanggu would have to move whenever Chu Mu raised a line. Dongfanggu would have to move whenever Chu Mu raised a line. He was completely under Chu Mu's control. The feeling of being tied down spread throughout his body. Dongfanggu deeply understood how she felt when he was on the brink of tears. The mother-child twin swords that he was so proud of had even become the main culprit that restricted his swordsmanship under Chu Mu's sword at this moment. Dongfanggu had a feeling that all his secrets had been seen through by Chu Mu, and Chu Mu had unraveled them, which restricted him instead. This feeling was a little like shooting oneself in the foot. However, Dongfanggu was extremely resilient. This feeling of helplessness did not make him break down. He reacted according to Chu Mu's rhythm. His mind was clear, and his eyes were sharp as he stared at Chu Mu's every strike. He was waiting for an opportunity. As long as there was even the slightest chance, Dongfanggu would turn the situation around. He would break the situation where Chu Mu controlled the rhythm and form an effective counterattack. Counterattacking while defending was what Dongfanggu was best at. Many of his opponents had been defeated by this method. For example, Xiang Tianhe. His long river sword was majestic enough. He constantly attacked. But in the end, Dongfanggu still managed to grasp the opportunity to turn the tables and defeat him. Unfortunately for Chu Mu, who had seen through the secret of his mother-child twin swords, as long as Chu Mu was unwilling, Dongfanggu would never be able to get a chance to defend and counterattack. One strike after another. Chu Mu's strikes were not fast at all. Anyone could clearly see the trajectories of Chu Mu's strikes. It was exactly because of this that it was even more chilling. Under Chu Mu's attacks, Dongfanggu constantly retreated. This was because he had no choice but to retreat. Chu Mu wanted him to retreat. As he retreated, Dongfanggu had unknowingly retreated to the edge of the arena. Even he did not realize that dealing with Chu Mu's strikes had already exhausted him. Chu Mu stabbed out again. This time, it was even faster and fiercer than before. Dongfanggu blocked it in a hurry. With an ear-piercing clang, Chu Mu's power erupted from the tip of the sword, forcing Dongfanggu to stagger 3 steps back. However, Chu Mu suddenly pulled back his sword. Dongfanggu was unconsciously stunned. He did not understand why Chu Mu did not follow up with another attack when he had such a good opportunity. Only when his 3rd step landed did he understand. Because he had missed his 3rd step, he was completely unprepared. And because his innate sword chi had been sealed, he could not do anything else. He fell backwards, landing below the arena. Chu Mu wins, announced the referee. Dongfanggu stood up and looked at Chu Mu. His expression was extremely complicated, but at the same time he let out a sigh of relief. The feeling just now was just too powerless. It was like he had fallen into a nightmare. He had bitterly endured, but in the end, he still did not have any chance to counterattack. Now that he had lost, Dongfanggu felt relieved. What a terrifying guy! Mumbling, as if he wanted to imprint Chu Mu's figure into his heart, Dongfanggu returned to his seat. Chu Mu, on the other hand, returned to his seat under the gaze of tens of thousands of students. Lei Hao's emotions were even more complicated now. He did not expect Chu Mu to be so powerful. Not only was he stronger than him, but he had also surpassed him by far, leaving him in the dust. Soon, the 16th round of the competition ended. When the competition ended, a referee went up to the arena and announced that the 17th round of the competition was Chu Mu versus Jiang Yuhuan. Although they did not know why the referee had to announce it earlier, the results made the students boil with excitement. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 271. How are you going to deal with Chu Mu? Wan Pan said to Jiang Yuhuan. By now, they could feel the threat brought by Chu Mu. Jiang Yuhuan frowned slightly and did not speak. Recalling Chu Mu's performance, she also felt that his swordsmanship was tricky. His sword is faster than Yi Xiaokai's, and his swordsmanship is stronger than Fu Shi's. Moreover, his defensive ability is not weak. His eyesight is also outstanding. His performance in other aspects is also outstanding. He is a difficult opponent. Wan Pan analyzed. In front of my soft sword, unless the strength of his attack exceeds the limit of what I can bear, everything else will be restrained by me, Jiang Yuhuan said coldly after analyzing the situation. Indeed, in front of her soft sword, it was difficult for fast attacks and exquisite skills to exert much power. Unless the attack strength reached the level of Huangfu Canyue, it could break Jiang Yuhuan's soft sword. It's never wrong to be careful. Chu Mu can't be seen through. I can't imagine whether he is hiding anything. Wan Pan nodded and agreed with Jiang Yuhuan's words, but he still said, if his strength is at this level, then he is probably not your opponent. But on the contrary, if he is still hiding something, everything is hard to say. If he can defeat me, maybe he can fight with Huangfu Canyue, Jiang Yuhuan added. After hearing what you said, I suddenly have some expectations. Wan Pan was stunned at first and then laughed. The two of them were defeated by Huangfu Canyue's sword one after another, and the others were also not her opponents. It seemed that Huangfu Canyue's title of the King of Swordsmanship was unshakable. If Chu Mu, a super dark horse, had the ability to challenge Huangfu Canyue, it was also a good thing. That night, many people were unable to sleep peacefully because they were very excited. They kept saying that the next day would come quickly. The long night passed and a new day arrived. The students arrived at the arena early in the morning and sat down. Not long after, the referees arrived and announced the start of the 17th round. The first match of the 17th round was not between Chu Mu and Jiang Yuhuan, so the students could only watch patiently. However, perhaps it was because her mind was already occupied by the battle between Chu Mu and Jiang Yuhuan. Although the other matches were exciting, she was unable to fully immerse herself in them. Match after match continued. After a few matches, the referees also realized this and immediately began to negotiate. Round 17, fourth match. Jiang Yuhuan of Astral 3 versus Chu Mu of Astral 9. The referee announced loudly. It's finally starting. The students all sat up straight and still. Some of the students who were about to fall asleep shook their bodies and immediately woke up, full of energy. Chu Mu against the soft sword. His fast sword and swordsmanship will be restrained. How will Chu Mu fight this battle? This was the question on everyone's mind. Even Jiang Yuhuan was very curious, but she did not show it. Do you guys think that Chu Mu will also use the soft sword against Jiang Yuhuan? A student asked on a whim. After all, Chu Mu had used his fast sword against Yi Xiaokai's fast sword and his technique against Fu Shi's technique. That's not very likely. Some students thought about it and felt that this idea was too crazy and unrealistic. Please. Chu Mu and Jiang Yuhuan greeted each other with a sword salute. Jiang Yuhuan's sword was also a regular sword. When she slowly stabbed out, there was a gentle feeling, like flowing water. The air was unknowingly affected and became somewhat soft, as if there were strands of silk entwining around each other. This type of attack, when stacked together, would affect the opponent's attack speed and strength, as if they had fallen into a spider web. Chu Mu also stabbed out with his sword. Suddenly, the tip of his sword shook slightly and his attack was slightly affected. For experts, even the slightest effect could be fatal. Jiang Yuhuan's swordsmanship was displayed. With a flick of her wrist, the sword vibrated and drew a circle. The circle carried a force of inclusiveness and immediately absorbed the force of Chu Mu's sword. As the circle rotated, the force of the sword was immediately neutralized. Jiang Yuhuan's soft sword was finally displayed. Sword after sword were continuously connected. Every sword would draw a circle in the air. The circle seemed to be endless, and they all carried a soft force that connected and relied on each other. If there was only one circle of soft power, it would be broken by the opponent very quickly. However, if there were many circles connected with each other, the stacking of soft power would continue to strengthen. It was like an ordinary silk thread turning into a high-quality silk thread. Chu Mu only felt that his sword had initially sunk into cotton. It was soft everywhere, and there was no place to exert force. As Jiang Yuhuan's soft sword unfolded, the cotton ball turned into a quagmire. Falling into the quagmire, not only did he have no place to exert force, but it also became very difficult to move. Rays of soft sword light circled around Jiang Yuhuan's body, spinning along with her dancing sword. Chu Mu's sword was completely dissolved into nothingness. Moreover, while it was being dissolved, Chu Mu could feel his sword being pulled by some sort of force, somewhat involuntarily. Sure enough, it is restrained. It seems that Chu Mu's path to the supernova has come to an end. What a pity. I still hope that he can win and continue to fight and finally fight with Huangfu, Song Yue. It's impossible. He can't even defeat Jiang Yuhuan. How can he be Huangfu, Song Yue's opponent? Don't forget that Chu Mu is a newcomer. As soon as these words came out, everyone suddenly fell silent. Yes, Chu Mu was just a newcomer. For a newcomer, it was already a miracle that he could fight all the way and defeat 2 of the top 10 in the last competition. It was not surprising that he was defeated by the 3rd place in the last competition. On the contrary, if Chu Mu defeated Jiang Yuhuan, they should feel strange. Your swordsmanship is completely restrained by me. You are no match for me at all. Admit defeat. Jiang Yuhuan still had the strength to send out a voice. Admit defeat? You're thinking too much. Next, watch me use the same method to break your soft sword. Chu Mu faintly smiled when he heard this. Just now, he just used his sword to test her. Now he had figured out the mystery of Jiang Yuhuan's soft sword. Jiang Yuhuan's soft sword reminded Chu Mu of the battle between him and Huangfu Kuang in the outer mansion. He defeated Huangfu Kuang with softness. He also associated it with the theory of Tai Chi that spread on the earth. It used to be the essence of a school of swordsmanship, but that school had disappeared, and less than half of the essence of Tai Chi had been passed down. Tai Chi was divided into 2 sides, yin and yang. It could be positive or negative, hard or soft. Hard, it had an extremely strong, explosive force that could destroy everything. Soft, it could contain everything. However, the theory of Tai Chi was extremely profound. Even a swordsmanship grandmaster who studied Tai Chi theory could only master a part of it in his lifetime. As for Chu Mu, he had only dabbled in it in the early days. Today's battle with Jiang Yuhuan, inspired by her soft sword, not only did Chu Mu recall the theory of Tai Chi, but also after observing her soft sword, he had a deeper understanding of the theory of Tai Chi. Jiang Yuhuan obviously did not believe Chu Mu's words. But in the next breath, her expression changed. Because Chu Mu's sword, which was trapped by her soft sword, suddenly broke free and released an equally soft power. It waved along with her soft sword, almost forming 2 parallel lines with her sword. While Jiang Yuhuan was shocked, Chu Mu's sword suddenly paused and unexpectedly reversed the direction. Every sword was so soft, not inferior to Jiang Yuhuan's soft sword in the slightest. This was a duel between soft swords. Both sides were almost equally matched, and neither could do anything to the other. After exchanging over 100 blows, Jiang Yuhuan suddenly felt that Chu Mu's sword not only contained the soft power, it also contained an extremely tough and powerful power. As the soft swords were swung, the power would burst out and continuously attack the soft sword net formed by her soft swords. Tai Chi could be both hard and soft. It was the combination of hard and soft. Jiang Yuhuan's soft sword immediately enlightened Chu Mu. His understanding of Tai Chi theory was very deep, and he had reached the level of hard and soft sword. In the beginning, Chu Mu's mastery of the combination of hardness and gentleness was only at the beginning. His use of it was very shallow and its power was not strong. However, as he continuously clashed with Jiang Yuhuan's ultimate soft sword, his use of it deepened the combination of hardness and gentleness. Now, Chu Mu's eyes flashed with a sharp glint. The soft sword paused, and a strong force suddenly burst out from the softness. The combination of hard and soft sword, alternating, burst out a terrible power and instantly tore Jiang Yuhuan's soft sword net. Jiang Yuhuan only felt the sword in her hand stop uncontrollably, and then the two swords collided. A terrible force of hard and yang burst out from Chu Mu's sword and contained a soft force. Under the explosion, Jiang Yuhuan couldn't hold the sword in her hand at all, and it flew out of her hand. The soft sword was broken. Chu Mu broke the soft sword. Many people stood up immediately, and they were so excited that they didn't know where to put their hands. Jiang Yuhuan frowned and looked at her hands in disbelief, and then looked up at Chu Mu. She couldn't imagine that she had lost. Moreover, Chu Mu had used the same soft sword as her to break her soft sword. Although Chu Mu's soft sword was different from her soft sword, it was still different. You won. It took Jiang Yuhuan a while to react, and she showed a touch of curiosity. What's the name of your swordsmanship? Tai Chi. Chu Mu answered indifferently. Tai Chi. Jiang Yuhuan obviously didn't understand the meaning, and she walked down the arena while thinking. Chu Mu also left the arena and returned to his seat. Huang Fu Tsangyue, it seems that Chu Mu has a chance to fight with you. Wan Pan stared at Huang Fu Tsangyue and laughed, which immediately shocked many students. Chu Mu versus Huang Fu Tsangyue? At the thought of it, they felt excited from the bottom of their hearts for no reason. Huang Fu Tsangyue. Chu Mu looked at Astral, one, and Huang Fu Tsangyue happened to look at him as well. It seemed like a predestined duel. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 272. The titles of Supernova, Fastest Sword, Strongest Technique, and Softest Sword all fell on Chu Mu's head at once. Chu Mu was a super dark horse. He had never been defeated. He was like a bottomless abyss that no one could see the end of. After the end of the 17th round, the 18th round began the next day. After the end of the 17th round, the referees once again announced the 18th round between Chu Mu and Wan Pan. It was destined to be another sleepless night. I'd like to see how you can break my defense, Wan Pan said to himself, sitting in his sword tower and looking up at the night sky. In the arena, although there were still the same people, they were all very enthusiastic. Chu Mu versus Wan Pan. This battle was the most eye-catching battle in the 18th round, because this battle was not only related to the outcome between Chu Mu and Wan Pan, but also related to whether anyone could shake Huang Fu Tsangyue's position as the king of swordsmanship. If Chu Mu won, he could compete with Huang Fu Tsangyue to determine who the king of swordsmanship would belong to. If Chu Mu lost, he would stop at the third place. Perhaps because of Chu Mu's continuous victories, the trainees had a kind of thinking habit and even forgot that Chu Mu was a newcomer. If you win, you have the qualification to attract my attention, Huang Fu Tsangyue said secretly, staring at Chu Mu in the arena. Wan Pan's heavy, mountain-like aura was once again emitted. It condensed and charged towards Chu Mu like a mountain, crushing him. Chu Mu did not move, nor did he deliberately release any momentum. However, when Wan Pan's mountain-like momentum hit him, it turned into nothingness, like a breeze blowing in his face. Wan Pan's eyes narrowed. His aura was actually ineffective against Chu Mu. Begin your defense, Chu Mu said with a faint smile. Wan Pan was startled and assumed a defensive stance. He was most proficient in defense. After witnessing Chu Mu's swordsmanship, Wan Pan wasn't foolish enough to go head-on against Chu Mu. That would be using his own shortcomings to go against his opponent's strengths. Come on, let me see your attack. Wan Pan's tone was unconsciously tinged with excitement. Chu Mu raised his sword and walked towards the Wan Pan step by step. His speed was not fast, as if he was walking normally, which was very surprising. He didn't take advantage of the time he walked to accumulate his aura. He just looked so calm. When he was 3 meters away from Wan Pan, Chu Mu suddenly stabbed out with his sword. His speed increased by 10 times in an instant. The perfect combination of power and speed burst out, making Wan Pan's pupils shrink. Wan Pan held the hilt of the big sword with his right hand and opened his left palm to press on the sword. He moved quickly and blocked Chu Mu's sudden attack with a clang. Chu Mu's attack was very sudden and extremely fast. Its power was extremely strong. If it were others, they would definitely not be able to block it. However, Wan Pan blocked it and didn't move at all. After experiencing it personally, Chu Mu knew how strong Wan Pan's defense was. However, this was only the first move. Huangfu, Sangyue, broke your defense with 3 moves. I still have 2 moves left, Chu Mu said softly. Only Wan Pan and the judge could hear his voice. The judge's eyes twitched slightly. His heart was in a mess. Wan Pan was startled at first, and then a burst of anger erupted from the bottom of his heart. Huangfu Sangyue broke his defense with 3 moves and defeated him. That was because Huangfu Sangyue was too strong. Although Chu Mu also showed good swordsmanship and even defeated Jiang Yuhuan, Wan Pan didn't think that Chu Mu had the ability to break his defense. Nonsense. I'd like to see how you break my defense with 3 moves. Wan Pan shouted. His voice rolled out like waves and fell into everyone's ears, causing a commotion. What do you mean? Does Chu Mu plan to break Wan Pan's defense with 3 moves? If Chu Mu really breaks Wan Pan's defense with 3 moves, doesn't mean that Chu Mu has the same powerful attack as Huangfu Sangyue. I don't think so. Huangfu Sangyue's eyes flashed. Obviously, she was also shocked. You'll know soon whether I'm talking nonsense or not. Chu Mu smiled faintly and didn't argue. Come on. Wan Pan's chi power became more condensed. His chi power was as immovable as a mountain, and his whole person seemed to be incarnated into a mountain. With a rumble, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Chu Mu's body, like a torrential flood pouring down from the mountains. This chi power was as heavy as a mountain, as soft as water, as sharp as endless, and as all-encompassing. All kinds of chi power were mixed together to form Chu Mu's unique chi power, which was all-encompassing. The mixed chi power was integrated and gathered on the sword. Wan Pan's heart couldn't help but tremble. He defended with all his strength. The muscles of his arms swelled. His feet firmly stepped on the ground, and his 5 fingers grasped the ground. His whole person seemed to be rooted. Although he was defeated in the battle with Huangfu Sangyue, Wan Pan's defensive ability had improved again after a period of consolidation. He firmly believed that Chu Mu could never break his defense, let alone break it with 3 moves. This sword strike was very ordinary, and it slowly pierced out, as if it was dragging a mountain. Everyone's eyes were all attracted in an instant, and they couldn't move away. In their eyes, Chu Mu's sword seemed to be able to crush and shatter everything. Huangfu Sangyue couldn't help but be moved. He could no longer keep calm. The power of this sword move made him feel that Chu Mu's incomparably powerful attack power was almost not inferior to his. For no reason, Huangfu Sangyue's heart beat faster, and there was a sense of excitement. With one sword move, an unparalleled attack fell on Wan Pan's big sword. Heaven and earth were silent, but everyone couldn't help but cover their ears. They only felt that there were bursts of buzzing sounds that seemed to ring directly in their minds, which gave them a headache. Wan Pan's expression greatly changed. The power of Chu Mu's sword was too strong. In that instant of collision, An indescribable aura came crashing down along with the absolute power of the attack. It was practically unstoppable. Involuntarily, Wan Pan could only use his oscillation technique. He pushed his oscillation technique to the limit in order to cancel out Chu Mu's attack. Although he didn't retreat, his calf faintly trembled. It was very subtle and only he knew. Wan Pan's oscillation force rushed to Chu Mu's sword. In an instant, Chu Mu counterattacked. Suddenly, Wan Pan left the ground and flew up, drawing an arc in the air. Huangfu Sanyue's eyes suddenly burst with fierce light, and she almost stood up. Huangfu Fian also opened her mouth wide and almost shouted, like a swallow returning to its nest. In front of Wan Pan's stunned eyes, Chu Mu's figure drew an arc in the air and returned. His sword gathered all kinds of energy and stabbed towards Wan Pan again. This sword move was exactly the same as the third move that Huangfu Sanyue used to defeat Wan Pan. Tens of thousands of students couldn't control themselves at all. They stood up abruptly and wished they could open their eyes wider. They even wished they could fly to the fighting ring and watch Chu Mu's sword move at a close distance. Huangfu Sanyue loosened her palm. Not to mention that Chu Mu's sword move could break Wan Pan's defense. It was already very amazing that Chu Mu could do it so smoothly. Huangfu Sanyue defeated Wan Pan, and the third move reappeared. Of course, if it were someone else, they could do it after a period of hard practice. However, it was just an appearance, and the internal principle was not understood. It was just an appearance. Thinking of this, Huangfu Sanyue calmed down and laughed at herself for being too nervous. The principle of swallow return was based on the flying swallow swordsmanship. It took her a long time to understand the principle and finally apply it to the basic swordsmanship. The flying swallow swordsmanship was the royal swordsmanship, which would not be spread outside. It could be said that the flying swallow swordsmanship was also the exclusive swordsmanship of the royal family. Non-royal children could never practice it. Otherwise, once they were found, they would immediately send experts to catch them. No matter what, it was impossible for Chu Mu to understand the swallow return of the flying swallow swordsmanship. Huangfu Sanyue's thoughts flashed like lightning. Chu Mu's sword had already stabbed Wan Pan. In terms of momentum, this sword move was not as good as the second one, but Wan Pan felt his hair stand on end. This sword move made him feel a great threat. He shook the big sword with all his strength and defended with all his strength, regardless of everything. The two swords collided again. No one heard anything, but they had a sense of trembling from the bottom of their hearts, which made them tremble all over and their hair stand on end. A large sword was tossed high into the air, continuously spinning in the air above the arena before finally smashing into the hard floor of the arena. It let out an ear-piercing clang, breaking the silence. Wan Pan stepped back 3 steps in a row. His fingers trembled, and he only felt a burst of pain. His 10 fingers were weak, as if they were dislocated. Huangfu Sanyue stood up suddenly, and his pupils contracted sharply. He saw that at that moment, Chu Mu did apply the principle of swallow return. He combined the power of the second sword move and the power of Wan Pan's counterattack into one sword move to counterattack. The power was multiplied, and only then did he break Wan Pan's defense. Although the final result was different from that of Huangfu Sanyue, it was not important. The monolith sword was broken. The students were silent, and even the referees' mouths twitched. I said 3 sword moves. So it's 3 sword moves, Chu Mu said softly. You win. Wan Pan put down his hands and kept flicking them behind his back to recover his fingers as soon as possible. At the same time, he exhaled heavily and said, Your attack power is extremely strong. Compared with what Huangfu Sanyue showed, it is not inferior. You are already qualified to compete with Huangfu Sanyue. However, Huangfu Sanyue has not shown all his strength until now, so no one can be sure whether that is his strongest attack power except himself. Wan Pan added, I hope you can force Huangfu Tsangyue to show all his strength. If you can, then defeat him." There was no hatred between Wan Pan and Huangfu Tsangyue. What he said was completely a sudden whim in his heart. If Huangfu Tsangyue was defeated by Chu Mu, what kind of scene would it be? This idea was like a drug which occupied his whole heart as soon as it appeared. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 273. Without the announcement of the referee, everyone knew that the 19th round was between Huangfu Tsangyue and Chu Mu, the battle of the strongest, the king of swordsmanship of the last session versus the first supernova of this session. One was the overbearing king who had not shown his full strength so far and had never defeated any opponent more than 3 moves. Huangfu Tsangyue, the king of swordsmanship. The other was the super dark horse, who had superhuman performance in terms of swordsmanship's attack, defense, speed, skills, and so on so far. The supernova, Chu Mu, became stronger when he met a strong opponent. He constantly defeated his opponents, and won in a row. His strength was also revealed step by step. Until now, people still did not know the depth of his strength. Excitement, incomparable excitement, the inner mansion was in full swing. Even the night could not hide the enthusiasm of more than 70,000 students. This was a sleepless night. Every student, either in 2s or 3s or in groups, gathered in the sword tower of the inner mansion and other places, and kept talking about tomorrow's battle with wine, the battle of the strongest. No one was sleepy. They were all in all kinds of discussions, waiting for the dawn and the arrival of the 19th round. Before dawn, a large number of students had gathered outside the arena. Although the arena was big enough to accommodate all of them, it was a kind of mentality, a kind of very excited mentality that wanted to enter the arena as soon as possible and wait. If it were not for the fact that they could not stay in the arena overnight, they would have wanted to sit in the arena for the whole night after dinner last night. Although there were seats, wouldn't it be better if they could fight for a seat closer to the front? As soon as the arena opened, some students even fought for the seats and wanted to fight. Fortunately, the elders of all the academies arrived and stopped these unnecessary fights. The referee team arrived. There was only 1 round in the 19th round because the others' matches had been held in the first 18 rounds, and the rankings were basically fixed. In the end, it was still undecided between Huangfu Tsangyue and Chu Mu. Between the two of them, who was the first? Who was the second? Therefore, they needed to have a showdown to determine who was better. Round 19. Huangfu Tsangyue of Astral, 1 versus Chu Mu of Astral, 9. The referee's voice became hoarse. In an instant, it was as if a fuse had been lit, detonating the explosives in the hearts of the students. Their hearts were beating wildly, and their blood was boiling. Their faces were flushed red, and a strong aura soared into the sky. They shouted loudly, and their voices, Zhen Tian, shook the ground. Huangfu Tsangyue, Huangfu Tsangyue, Chu Mu, Chu Mu, Huangfu Tsangyue, the king of swordsmanship, will win. Supernova Chu Mu will win. Some people supported Huangfu Tsangyue, and some supported Chu Mu. Their voices were like tides, competing with each other. It really makes one's blood boil. The referees narrowed their eyes and sighed. Such a fiery atmosphere was unprecedented. At the very least, they had never seen or heard of such an atmosphere in the 10 years they had been referees. Huangfu Tsangyue got up and appeared at the edge of the arena. He grabbed a competition sword and stepped onto the stage. His entire body was wrapped in an extremely domineering aura. Standing on the arena, he was the center of the arena and the center of the entire arena. When he opened and closed his eyes, there was a flicker of light as he looked disdainfully at the world. Chu Mu appeared at the edge of the arena and grabbed a competition sword to step onto the stage. Compared to Huangfu Tsangyue's pure domineering aura, he appeared to be calm and indifferent. He directly entered Huangfu Tsangyue's world, as if a gust of wind had blown a cloud over. It was so natural and casual. The light in Huang Fu Sanyue's eyes condensed and crossed a dozen meters to land on Chu Mu's body. The 10-meter boundary seemed to be in vain. An ordinary person would collapse on the spot when faced with such a gaze, but Chu Mu was not afraid at all. You can actually appear in front of me, so, naturally, you have once again exceeded my expectations. Huang Fu Sanyue stared at Chu Mu, and the light in his eyes dissipated. He smiled indifferently and said slowly, "You have defeated Yi Shaokai, Fu Shi, Jiang Yuhuan, and Wan Pan. You have the qualification to make me pay attention to you. Let's see if you have the qualification to make me pay attention to you." Chu Mu smiled faintly and said. His words suddenly made everyone's eyeballs and jaws fall to the ground. "You are too arrogant." Huang Fu Sanyue's eyes were cold. He was not a narrow-minded person, but he had the temperament of an overlord. How could he tolerate Chu Mu's words? "So far, no one can make me show my real strength. Same to you." Chu Mu smiled faintly and said. A trace of anger flashed in Huang Fu Sanyue's eyes. His domineering aura did not allow others to violate or even refute him. Chu Mu had violated his domineering aura. "In that case, I will let you see my domineering sword." With a domineering voice, Huang Fu Sanyue took a step forward and stabbed at Chu Mu with his sword. The strong wind whistled and roared. The domineering momentum wrapped around the sword, making the power of the sword soar. Even Wan Pan's face changed in an instant. This sword had reached the strength of the third sword to break his defense. Sure enough, Huang Fu Sanyue did hide a lot of strength. How would Chu Mu face Huang Fu Sanyue's powerful sword? Huang Fu Sanyue's sword was not very fast, but it was not slow either. It stabbed at Chu Mu's heart. Even if Chu Mu did not die, he would definitely be injured, and even his heart would be damaged. Chu Mu waved his sword. His sword was light and fast, as if it came from nothingness. It touched the tip of Huang Fu Sanyue's sword. The instant collision made a sharp sound, and Huang Fu Sanyue's sword unconsciously stopped as sparks splashed. Chu Mu's second sword appeared in front of Huang Fu Sanyue and went straight to his face. What a fast sword! Is Chu Mu going to fight Huang Fu Sanyue with the fastest sword? Yi Shaokai couldn't help but widen his eyes. Fast sword is just a small trick. Huang Fu Sanyue smiled disdainfully. Although his sword was not as fast as Chu Mu's, his reaction was not slow at all. He withdrew his sword, blocked Chu Mu's sword, and raised his sword. Chu Mu swung his wrist, and the two swords collided. He broke Huang Fu Sanyue's uppercut with one sword and stabbed again. The two sides immediately confronted each other in swordsmanship. In other people's eyes, Huang Fu Sanyue's swordsmanship was not as good as Fu Shi's. His sword was not as fast as Yi Xiaokai's. His softness was not as good as Jiang Yuhuan's, and his defense was not as good as Wan Pan's. However, he had an incomparable attack. Although he was not as good as Wan Pan in all aspects, his attack was relatively balanced. Although Chu Mu's sword was fast, it was blocked by his sword in time. At the same time, Huang Fu Sanyue fought back with his sword. The collision of the swords constantly made harsh, clanging sounds. Countless sparks splashed out, and they were as bright as flowers blooming in a summer night. In the brilliance, there were countless dangers. Huang Fu Sanyue never knew what defense was, so he blocked Chu Mu's attack with his sword in order to fight back better. The swordsmanship arena, which was 100 meters long and 100 meters wide, became a world of two people. The two figures moved quickly, constantly wielding their swords, stabbing, chopping, cutting, and picking. They used all kinds of basic swordsmanship, one by one. It was a regular duel of basic swordsmanship, but everyone only felt that in this duel it was more thrilling and exciting than Chu Mu's duel with Fu Shi. They were shocked to find that Huang Fu Sanyue's swordsmanship was not inferior to Fu Shi's at all, and even surpassed him. It turned out that in the past, Huangfu Tsangyue did not show his swordsmanship because he only needed to rely on his strongest attack to defeat his opponent within 3 moves. Since he could defeat his opponent in 3 sword strikes using a method that he liked, why would he need to spend more effort? However, in this duel, Chu Mu's strength in various aspects of swordsmanship made Huangfu Tsangyue realize that powerful attacks alone were not enough to defeat Chu Mu. In this case, he had to show more swordsmanship. Fu Shi's expression suddenly became gloomy. He originally thought that his swordsmanship was the strongest among the Inner Mansion students. As a result, Chu Mu appeared out of nowhere and defeated him in terms of pure swordsmanship. Well, Chu Mu's swordsmanship was indeed very strong, which made him admit defeat wholeheartedly. But now Huangfu Tsangyue, who is known as the strongest attacker, also showed swordsmanship that surpassed his. Fu Shi even felt that even if he used 2 short swords, he would not be able to defeat Huangfu Tsangyue in terms of swordsmanship, and he would even be defeated by him. The feeling of being demoted from the first to the third made Fu Shi feel very complicated and uncomfortable. The clanging sounds were endless. It seemed that Huangfu Tsangyue and Chu Mu's figures could be seen everywhere in the huge fighting ring. They were too fast. Not only were they fighting in swordsmanship, but they were also fighting in footwork. After Huangfu Tsangyue's sword was broken by Chu Mu, he raised his foot to kick Chu Mu's ankle. If he was kicked, not to mention whether he would be injured, Chu Mu would definitely lose his balance, and Huangfu Tsangyue would seize the opportunity. However, Huangfu Tsangyue's foot missed, and Chu Mu's foot pointed at Huangfu Tsangyue's knee like a sword. Although it was not swordsmanship, it could be used as an auxiliary in a swordsmanship fight. It's wonderful. It's the first time I know that swordsmanship can be fought in this way. Some students exclaimed. Fu Shi temporarily put aside the sadness in his heart and focused on watching. This was an excellent opportunity. Perhaps his swordsmanship could be improved after watching this battle. Not only Fu Shi, but also Wan Pan, Jiang Yuhuan, Dong Fanggu, and the others were all attentive. A battle between the strongest was rare for them. Collision, collision, collision. They were constantly fighting, and it was hard to tell who was better. The application of footwork and even simple leg skills added color to the swordsmanship battle between Huangfu Tsangyue and Chu Mu, making it richer and more eye-catching. At the same time, it opened a window for many students to see a more brilliant world of swordsmanship. Swordsmanship was not only the application of the sword in the hand, but also the use of the fingers and the soles of the feet. It could also be used as an auxiliary to swordsmanship, becoming a means to defeat the opponent. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijin. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 274. How many moves did Huangfu Tsangyue make? Suddenly, a student thought of something and asked, How many moves? I don't know. I didn't count. The student next to him answered casually. In the past, Huangfu Tsangyue defeated his opponents within 3 moves. This time he made more than 3 moves. At least more than 30 moves. Are you stupid? Why count how many moves Huangfu Tsangyue made? If you have the time, you'd better concentrate on watching their duel. Chu Mu is not an ordinary person. Don't quarrel. Concentrate on the competition. Is it really possible for Chu Mu to defeat Huangfu Tsangyue? A thought flashed through Wan Pan's mind involuntarily, which shocked himself. Although he said that he would let Chu Mu defeat Huangfu Tsangyue, he just said it. If it really happened, he himself would find it hard to accept, not to mention Huangfu Tsangyue's reaction. Huangfu Tsangyue's strength had long been deeply rooted in people's hearts. However, from the beginning of the fight between Huangfu Tsangyue and Chu Mu, every collision of the sword not only contained profound skills, but also amazing strength. Although it did not seem to have the momentum of a storm like Lei Hao's, the power contained in it was far more than that. The fight lasted for a long time. Huangfu Tsangyue also felt a little impatient. His overbearingness was overwhelming. But now he had made at least 100 moves with Chu Mu. Not only did he not defeat Chu Mu, but he also did not show any sign of gaining the upper hand. He made a sword move with extreme overbearingness, and then he quickly retreated. This was the first time that Huangfu Sangyue retreated. He needed a short time, even if it was just a short time for a breath, to adjust. You are really capable. Even I can't defeat you with 40% of my strength. Huangfu Sanyue's eyes were cold, as if they fell on Chu Mu's face. The coldness seemed to freeze Chu Mu. Then bring out your full strength, Chu Mu said with a smile. I don't need 100% to deal with you. 70% is enough. Huangfu Sanyue smiled overbearingly and suddenly stabbed out with her sword. This sword strike made Chu Mu feel different, but as for what exactly was different, Chu Mu did not know. Block! Suddenly, Chu Mu's expression changed slightly because he felt a completely different power from Huangfu Sanyue's sword. It was a high-speed rotating power. Under the impact of this rotating force, Chu Mu's sword almost flew out of his hand. His fingers loosened, and the competition's sword immediately spun around his palm. When he grasped it again, the spinning force had already been neutralized by Chu Mu. Chu Mu recalled what Zhuge Ming had said before. Huangfu Sangyue had mastered a skill of exerting force. But in the later games, Huangfu Sangyue never used that kind of power exertion skill, so Chu Mu forgot it for a while. It was not that Huangfu Sangyue did not use it, but those opponents were not qualified. I'll let you see the power of my spiral energy. Huangfu Sangyue shouted in a low voice and stabbed out again. This sword strike also contained spiral energy. Spiral energy was a kind of power exertion skill. For example, Chu Mu's Zhentian school's vibration skill could also be called vibration energy. This kind of power exertion skill was purely combining the flesh and blood with the sword in hand. It integrated the strength into one in a strange way and finally released it. This kind of strange power could be called energy. Therefore, the power of Lei Hao's explosive skill could also be called explosive energy. Huangfu Sanyue's every sword strike was accompanied by spiral energy. The power of spiral energy was very strong, as if there was an invisible force condensing on the sword and rotating at a high speed. It could be seen that Huangfu Sanyue's mastery of spiral energy had reached a considerable level. Every collision of the sword almost made Chu Mu's sword fly out of his hand, if his neutralizing skill was not strong enough. Huangfu Sanyue's power exertion skill finally appeared. Many people's eyes lit up. It was also the first time for them to see Huangfu Sanyue's power exertion skill. Chu Mu can force Huangfu Sangyue to use her power exertion skill. Even if he is defeated, it's a glorious defeat. Yes, the power exertion skill is very powerful, especially the one displayed by Huangfu Sangyue. It seems that Chu Mu's defeat is only a matter of time. What a pity. But Chu Mu can be proud that he can come to this step and force Huangfu Sangyue to use 70% of her strength. Many students sighed with emotion. The outcome has not been decided yet. How do you know that Chu Mu will lose? Some students who supported Chu Mu immediately retorted. Although he has not been defeated yet, it can be seen from the current situation that Chu Mu can only defend under Huangfu Sangyue's sword and can't fight back. So it's only a matter of time before he is defeated. Yes, unless Chu Mu also has some kind of power exertion skill and has practiced this skill to a level not inferior to Huangfu Sanyue's. He is no match for Huangfu Sangyue at all. Yes, I think so too. Besides, Chu Mu comes from a low-grade swordsmanship school. Even in the royal family, the precious method of power exertion skill is extremely limited. How can he get it? Admit defeat. You can't be my opponent at all. Huangfu Sangyue made another sword move with spiral strength. You think too highly of yourself. Not only you have the power exertion skill, but I also have it. Chu Mu smiled slightly when he heard that. He did not deliberately lower his voice, so the students who were closest to the swordsmanship arena could hear him. What did Chu Mu say? It seems that he also has the power exertion skill. Suddenly, it spread all over and caused a new sensation. Let's use my Zhentian strength to meet your spiral strength, Chu Mu said with a smile. The vibration skill of Zhentian school could also be called Zhentian strength. His sword collided with Huangfu Songyue's sword. The spiral strength spun at high speed, but Chu Mu's sword body suddenly had a high-frequency vibration force. Under the vibration, the spiral strength was immediately defeated, and at the same time, the vibration force also dissipated. They were neck and neck. Chu Mu really knows the power exertion skill. It seems that he not only knows it, but his mastery is not less than that of Huangfu Songyue. See? I told you that Chu Mu would definitely not lose to Huangfu Songyue. Zhentian strength. Interesting. Huangfu Songyue was a little surprised and immediately gave a disdainful sneer. The speed of her sword increased, and she stabbed 3 times in a row. Each sword carried the impact of spiral strength. The 3 swords, like a drill bit, broke through the air and drilled toward Chu Mu. Chu Mu also slashed 3 times. In an instant, the sword light collided. The spiral strength and Zhentian strength collided again, and both collapsed. Different force exertion techniques and different collisions of forces produced a more ear-piercing and strange sound. It was as if steel was forcefully scratching against glass, causing goosebumps to rise all over their bodies. They only felt a chill run down their spines. Wan Pan and the others fell into silence. What they didn't expect was that Huangfu Songyue not only hid her strength, but also hid so much. When she fought with them, she was just dealing with them. Even if she was dealing with them, she defeated them easily. And Chu Mu was the same. He was really like a bottomless pit. No matter how strong his opponent was, he would adjust himself appropriately, improve a level, and be on par with his opponent. So far, they still didn't see through Chu Mu's feeling. Powerful attack, strong defense, terrible skill, amazing sword speed, and all the other amazing attainments in swordsmanship. And now he showed that his power exertion skills were not inferior to Huangfu Songyue's. Suddenly they had an idea. Did Chu Mu just master this kind of power exertion skills? Or did he deliberately suppress it to be on par with Huangfu Songyue to achieve the purpose of honing himself? If so, then for Chu Mu, the king of swordsmanship competition was probably a platform for him to hone his swordsmanship. As for the king of swordsmanship and so on, it was not important. Even with Huangfu Songyue's super physique and mastery of spiral strength, he still felt a little tired after fighting for so long. She didn't feel anything when she used the spiral strength more than a dozen times. But after dozens of times, she began to feel tired. Once more than 100 times, the feeling of exhaustion would be more obvious. So far, Huangfu Songyue had made dozens of sword moves, all of which contained the spiral strength, but still couldn't defeat Chu Mu. Instead, the spiral strength was shattered by Chu Mu's Zhentian strength again and again. A very strange feeling involuntarily surged in her heart. Was Chu Mu's mastery of power exertion skills really the same as hers? But in such a high-speed battle, Huangfu Songyue found it difficult to be distracted. When she paused for a moment, Chu Mu made an attack. She slashed with her sword, which carried the shock power of Zhentian strength. Huangfu Songyue had to drive the spiral strength to resist again. From the initiative at the beginning to the passive now, this huge drop made the overbearing Huangfu Songyue very uncomfortable. She resisted with her sword. The students were stunned when they saw this scene, which seemed to be the opposite of before. Huangfu Songyue actually, Wan Pan, and others were even more dumbfounded. Huangfu Songyue, who had always been attacking, gradually turned to defense. Were they hallucinating? Could it be that Chu Mu can really defeat Huangfu Songyue? As soon as this idea appeared, They suddenly felt a shudder from the bottom of their hearts, and their whole bodies trembled uncontrollably. It was not fear, but an inexplicable excitement that seemed to break the rules. Didn't you only use 70% of your strength? What about the other 30%? Chu Mu asked while attacking with Zhen Tian strength. He rarely used the skills of Zhen Tian style, because the opponent was either too weak or too strong. He seldom encountered such an opportunity to fully exert his strength. Taking this opportunity, Chu Mu exerted Zhen Tian's strength, regardless of the consumption of physical strength, in order to be more proficient and deeper. When Huang Fu Tsangyue heard Chu Mu's words, his eyes suddenly burst into flames. For the first time, it was the first time that he was ridiculed. Since you want me to use 100% of my strength, I will defeat you with 100% of my strength. Huang Fu Tsangyue shouted coldly. He stood still with his feet slightly apart, and a unique aura spread out. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 275. A unique aura emanated from Huang Fu Tsangyue and filled the surroundings. In an instant, a strange change seemed to have taken place within 2 meters of Huang Fu Tsangyue, which made everyone feel that the 2-meter range seemed to have become the world controlled by Huang Fu Tsangyue. Within that 2-meter world, any attack would be ineffective. Chu Mu's pupils shrank slightly. Huang Fu Tsangyue's change immediately made him think. Restricted area. These 2 words jumped out of Chu Mu's mind. He was very familiar with this feeling because he also had the same feeling when he displayed the 3-meter restricted area. When he comprehended the 3-meter restricted area, his swordsmanship really reached the standard of a grand master. Unexpectedly, Huang Fu Tsangyue also comprehended the restricted area. Although it was not 3 meters, it was only 2 meters, which was not as good as Chu Mu's. However, Huang Fu Tsangyue could comprehend the restricted area, which was enough to show his terrible comprehension and talent. He deserved to be called a grand master of swordsmanship. You are the first person to see my swordsmanship domain. Huang Fu Tsangyue's overbearingness was not so obvious. She was like a wisp of smoke and became a little light. Even her words were not so overbearing, but she gave people a sense of superiority. This swordsmanship domain is the result of my 3 years of hard work. Swordsmanship domain? Chu Mu looked a little strange. He wanted to laugh but restrained himself. Of course, he knew the professional term, swordsmanship domain. There were relevant records in the classics of the Swordsman Association on Earth. However, due to the gradual decline of sword arts masters, they were no longer as prosperous as they were in ancient times. There were fewer and fewer sword arts masters who could cultivate sword arts domains. In Chu Mu's era, there were no longer any sword arts masters who grasped sword arts domains. Therefore, the swordsmanship domain became a legend. It was also mentioned in the remaining classics of the Zhen Tian school. During the prosperous period of the Zhen Tian school, there were 3 swordsmen who mastered the swordsmanship domain. They were the best at that time and were unparalleled in the world. If the level of a grand master of swordsmanship was the level of comprehending the restricted area, then the swordsmanship domain was the sublimation of the restricted area. Being able to comprehend a domain meant that the level of a swordsman had increased once again, advancing by leaps and bounds to a whole new level. That level had a name, Swordsmanship Saint. Sword Saint, abbreviated as Sword Saint. So far, Chu Mu had only grasped the 3-meter restricted zone. It was said that only by expanding the restricted zone to a range of 10 meters would one be considered to have stepped into the realm of sword arts. However, Huang Fu Tsangyue, a swordsman who had only mastered the 2-meter forbidden zone, dared to call his forbidden zone the field of swordsmanship. Chu Mu did not know whether to call him ignorant or arrogant. It was still to be determined to what extent Huang Fu Tsangyue had mastered the 2-meter forbidden zone. But in any case, Huangfu Tsangyue was able to comprehend the forbidden zone at the beginner level of swordsmanship master, which was enough to show his terrifying comprehension ability. If he had received the systematic training of a swordsman, perhaps his swordsmanship achievements would not be much worse than Chu Mu's. Chu Mu stabbed with his sword. The dim sword light condensed on the sword and turned into 3 beams, stabbing at Huangfu Tsangyue from top to bottom. Dim light. The referees and the trainees were all shocked, because so far, no matter who fought on the stage, the most powerful sword light condensed was only the dim sword light. However, Chu Mu directly used the dim sword light at this time, which showed that Chu Mu's attainments in basic swordsmanship had really left them behind. Huangfu Tsangyue's expression remained unchanged. He waved his sword and easily broke Chu Mu's 3 swords. The dim sword light was also condensed on his sword. Everyone was surprised again, except for Chu Mu. The dim sword light was the sign of the beginner level of swordsmanship master. Chu Mu kept waving his sword. No matter whether it was fast or slow or varied, Huangfu Tsangyue just waved his sword casually and broke Chu Mu's attack. It seemed that Huangfu Tsangyue was very calm, as if he had the majestic momentum of the world in his hands. No matter how you change, I will only break it with 1 sword. For no reason, many people had the worship of Huangfu Tsangyue in their hearts. Even Wan Pan and the others had this kind of worship. When a person's strength surpassed yours, but did not make you feel that you could not compete with him, you might be jealous and try your best to catch up with him in order to surpass him. But when a person's strength not only surpassed yours, but also made you feel that you could not compete with him, without even a trace of struggle, there was only admiration, worship, and even all left in your heart. Man was also a god. Even the referees were dumbfounded. They deeply understood the feeling of a new generation replacing the old generation. With their strength, they could kill Huangfu Tsangyue with only a sword chi without using their swords. But if they ignored other things and only fought with basic swordsmanship, they believed that they were absolutely no match for Huangfu Tsangyue. It seems that Huangfu Tsangyue won this game. The referees all thought. At this moment, even the chief referee had the same idea. No matter how Chu Mu attacked and from which angle, they would all be blocked by Huangfu Tsangyue. Suddenly, Chu Mu withdrew his sword and took 2 steps back. You can't break my swordsmanship domain. In my swordsmanship domain, I am a god. Huangfu Tsangyue's eyes were a little high, as if he was really a god looking down. If an ordinary swordsman faced Huangfu Tsangyue at this time, he might lose all resistance and only worship. However, his opponent was Chu Mu. Chu Mu showed a smile on his face and said unhurriedly, I want to correct your 2 mistakes. First, this is called the forbidden area of swordsmanship, not the swordsmanship domain. The gap between the forbidden area of swordsmanship and the swordsmanship domain is greater than the gap between the sword chi realm and the chi high realm. The forbidden area of swordsmanship can be divided into 10 levels. Now, you have just mastered the 2nd level. Second, for others, in your forbidden area of swordsmanship, you are indeed a god, but in front of me you are nothing. Chu Mu's words made Huangfu Tsangyue's face change slightly. He immediately sneered, but he was a little surprised and doubtful. Because Chu Mu said it so clearly, Huangfu Tsangyue felt that Chu Mu seemed to have a very deep understanding of the so-called forbidden area of swordsmanship, which was beyond his cognition. Let me tell you one last time. If this is all your strength, then I will break your forbidden area of swordsmanship with the next move, Chu Mu said finally. His words were full of supreme confidence. The referee on the fighting arena twitched his eyes again, and he was in a mess. I'd like to see how you break my swordsmanship domain. Huangfu Tsangyue still called his forbidden area a domain. Chu Mu did not answer, but just stabbed with his sword. There was gloomy sword light on this sword, which was a level higher than gloomy sword light, so its power was naturally much stronger. Huangfu Sanyue's face suddenly changed greatly. The trainees and referees only felt that their eyes seemed to be attracted by the gloomy sword light, and they could not move away. This sword was not fast at all, and the trajectory could be seen clearly. But strangely, when the sword stabbed out, it suddenly appeared in front of Huangfu Sanyue, and it was as fast as lightning. In the 2-meter forbidden area of swordsmanship, Huangfu Sanyue reacted quickly and hurriedly waved his sword. This sword was not as calm as before, because Chu Mu's sword was too fast and too fierce. With a clang, sparks splashed in all directions. Huangfu Sanyue's gloomy sword light was instantly defeated. He only felt an irresistible attack mixed with the power of vibration. The sword in his hand trembled uncontrollably. A force rushed to his palm, and the sword almost flew out of his hand. The powerful sword broke through Huangfu Sanyue's 2-meter forbidden area of swordsmanship. Huangfu Sanyue's momentary stiffness made him like an undefended empty city. Chu Mu drove straight in and put his sword on his throat. The trainees and referees were stunned. They rubbed their eyes hard and looked again. Sure enough, Chu Mu's sword was still on Huangfu Sanyue's throat. Huangfu Sanyue's head tilted back slightly. His face was livid, and there was cold light flashing in his eyes. Chu Mu wins. After a long time, the referee reacted. He took a deep breath, calmed down his inner excitement, and announced loudly with an obvious, trembling voice. Chu Mu withdrew his sword and took 3 steps back. If I fight with all my strength, I can kill you with 1 sword. Huangfu Sanyue's voice was like a cold wind in the extreme north, which almost froze people into ice. In this world there are no ifs. Chu Mu heard her and laughed. Next time you will lose, Huangfu Sanyue said, turned around and jumped off the fighting ring. Next time, the gap between you and me will become bigger and bigger, Chu Mu said softly. I knew that Chu Mu would win. Huangfu Sanyue's forbidden area of swordsmanship is no match for Chu Mu's at all. Lian Haishan roared with great excitement. The faces of the people who heard it changed one after another. So, did Chu Mu really master the forbidden area of swordsmanship? Although many trainees didn't know what the forbidden area of swordsmanship was, they could understand it after seeing Huangfu Sanyue fight. That is to say, Chu Mu didn't show all his strength in swordsmanship when he defeated Huangfu Sanyue. As soon as this idea came out, it grew crazily as if it was rooted in the bottom of his heart. Everyone wanted to know to what extent Chu Mu's swordsmanship had reached. Supernova Chu Mu, the king of swordsmanship, Chu Mu. Lian Haishan roared loudly. Supernova Chu Mu, the king of swordsmanship, Chu Mu. The students of Astral, 9, even Jugaming, were infected by the atmosphere and roared loudly. Their roars spread like a virus and immediately infected the students of other academies. After a moment of silence and shock, they stood up one after another. They were extremely excited, waving their hands and roaring loudly. Their voices were earth-shattering. In an instant, Chu Mu was the focus of everyone's attention, and countless glories were added to him. At this moment, he was the only protagonist. Huangfu Sanyue, Wan Pan, Jiang Yuhuan, and the others were all reduced to foils at this moment. They were all shrouded in the shadow of Chu Mu's halo and were directly forgotten in a corner. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 276. Fierce roars were incessant. The students were completely boiling. Dark Horse, a super dark horse. The title of the king of swordsmanship was taken off from Huangfu Sanyue and fell into the hands of Chu Mu. Chu Mu told everyone with his sword and swordsmanship that he was the real king of swordsmanship, the well-deserved king of swordsmanship. The fastest sword speed, the strongest swordsmanship skills, the strongest attack, and the extremely strong defense that was not fully displayed. In all aspects, he surpassed Huangfu Sangyue. The king of swordsmanship, should have these abilities. At this moment, the domineering image left by Huangfu Sangyue in everyone's mind suddenly collapsed. In the minds of the students, Chu Mu's omnipotent image in swordsmanship was deeply left. After roaring and shouting for a full quarter of an hour, it gradually quieted down because a vast pressure was descending from the sky. Then, a figure appeared 100 meters above the fighting ring. He seemed to be surrounded by countless halos and slowly fell. It was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s, but the crow's feet at the corners of his eyes showed the vicissitudes of life. The middle-aged man was wearing a loose cyan robe, which swayed slightly like a feather when it fell. He looked like an immortal. On his face there was a faint, gentle smile, which made people feel like bathing in the spring breeze. Mansion Master. The referees and the chief referee hurriedly got up and saluted the middle-aged man from a distance. The heads and elders of the 10 academies also hurriedly stood up and saluted. What? Is he the mansion master of our inner mansion? The students were also extremely excited. The mansion master had always been elusive. Except for the students on the bronze sword list, other students basically could not see him. Even if they met him on the road, they would not recognize him. Because after the king of swordsmanship competition in the past, the mansion master would only say a few words and would not really appear. It could be said that this was the first time the mansion master appeared in public. Huangfu Sangyue's expression turned cold. He had never enjoyed such treatment. The manor lord landed on the battle sword arena. His gaze swept across the arena before landing on Chu Mu. A feeling of being seen through arose spontaneously. The king of swordsmanship, without a doubt, said the chief with a smile. His voice was gentle, like a gentle breeze drifting into everyone's ears. The manor head did not speak much. He only said a few words about the sword art is king competition. The main point was to point out how unexpected Chu Mu was. Before the king of swordsmanship competition began, the mansion master believed that the king of swordsmanship would still be Huangfu Sangyue. Unexpectedly, a supernova appeared out of nowhere, defeated Huangfu Sangyue, and took the crown of the king of swordsmanship from Huangfu Sangyue. The appearance of the mansion master was to give out the rewards. Of course, all kinds of rewards could not be given out so easily. Think about it, the first place could get 200,000 low-grade spiritual stones. How could he bring out so many low-grade spiritual stones? Therefore, the reward given by the mansion master was actually an honor. It was a small golden sword as thick as a finger. On one side of the small sword, the words Chu Mu were written, and on the other side there were more words such as the king of swordsmanship competition of the previous king of swordsmanship competition. In the last competition, Huangfu Sangyue also won a small golden sword. At that time, it was awarded by the chief judge in person. Being awarded by the chief judge in person and being awarded by the mansion master in person were two different concepts. After awarding the golden sword, the symbol of the king of swordsmanship, the mansion master said a few more words. Then he immediately flew up into the sky and disappeared in the blink of an eye, as if he had never appeared. Chu Mu was awestruck. He did not know what level the mansion master's cultivation had reached. He was so elusive and unfathomable. After the mansion master left, the chief judge flew onto the battle sword arena and made a closing speech about the final of the king of swordsmanship competition. Then the 10 judges from the judging panel went onto the stage and announced the final rankings, starting from the 1,000th place. This time, Liang Haishan was ranked 838th. Although he did not enter the top 100 to receive the reward, this was still a great honor for him. At the very least, his name would become famous. Everyone in Astral 9 would know of his existence, and even people from the other super academies would know of his existence. In the end, 5 of the 10 rising stars were ranked 101st to 105th, while the other 5 were all ranked within the top 100. Among them, Yi Xian was ranked 90th, Qi Xiaofan was ranked 77th, Fang Lingyan was ranked 75th, Huang Fu was ranked 72nd, and the leader of the 10 Rising Stars, Lei Hao, was ranked 63rd. To be able to enter the top 100 in the King of Swordsmanship competition for the first time was already very impressive. This had never happened in the past few competitions. Moreover, he was ranked 63rd. Although he could not compare to the supernova Chu Mu, Lei Hao's name would resound throughout the entire inner sanctum. It was believed that he would definitely become a target of recruitment for various organizations. Finally, the head judge announced the top 10 in the King of Swordsmanship competition. 10th was Bu Jinglong, 9th was An Han, 8th was Fu Shi, 7th was Xiang Tianhe, 6th was Dongfang Gu, 5th was Huang Fu Aoshuang, 4th was Jiang Yuhuan, 3rd was Wan Pan, 2nd was Huang Fu Tsanyue. 1st was the King of Swordsmanship competition, Supernova Chu Mu. When the head judge announced the last name and title, the 70,000 students went into an uproar again. The others were all speechless. Their swordsmanship had improved a lot compared to 3 years ago, but this time their ranking had dropped by 1, especially in Han, who had been defeated by Fu Shi, which was equivalent to dropping by 2 places. The drop in ranking was not only a matter of honor, but also related to the actual reward. However, there was no other way. Chu Mu had appeared out of nowhere and defeated Huang Fu Tsanyue without using his full strength. According to the head judge, the top 100 students had to go to the Hall of 100 Affairs of their respective academies to comprehend the reward. As for the top 10, they did not need to do so. As long as they returned to the sword gauntlet, someone would deliver the reward to them the next day. This year's King of Swordsmanship competition had finally come to an end after nearly a month. The students reluctantly left the arena. They actually wanted to continue watching and hoped that an even stronger opponent would appear to force Chu Mu to use his full strength. Unfortunately, such a person was difficult to find, even in the king's mansion. Under the reverent gazes of countless people, Chu Mu left the arena and returned to his own Earth-level sword gauntlet in Astral 9. Chu Mu had used up more than half of his strength in the battle with Huang Fu Tsanyue, so he needed to rest and recover to his peak state. On the other hand, Chu Mu had also gained something from the battle with Huang Fu Tsanyue, so he needed to spend some time to calm down and reap the rewards. During this time, after the students returned, they were still immersed in the King of Swordsmanship competition, especially in the aftertaste of the final battle between the strongest. Therefore, no one came to disturb Chu Mu. The next morning, the seal was triggered. When Chu Mu arrived in front of the seal, he saw a man standing outside. It was a middle-aged man in his 30s with a faint smile on his face. The middle-aged man's clothes had the symbol of the Hall of 100 Affairs, but they were not the uniform of a deacon. King of Swordsmanship, Chu Mu, I'm here to deliver your reward. When the middle-aged man saw Chu Mu appear, he immediately smiled and spoke in a gentle tone. Chu Mu took out his identity, sword token, and opened a part of the seal to let the man in. However, he was a little puzzled, as the man seemed to have come empty-handed. One had to know that the reward for first place was 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. How much was that? Even his middle-grade space wristband couldn't hold 200,000 low-grade spiritual stones, let alone other things. Could it be that this guy's spatial bracelet was... Chu Mu's eyes unconsciously glanced at the man's wrist, but he could not see it because it was covered by the man's sleeve. Here it is. The man followed Chu Mu to the first floor of the sword tower and stopped. He smiled and waved his right hand. On the ground of the first floor of the sword tower, 20 huge red wooden boxes and 1 small dark red wooden box suddenly appeared. Then he took out a brown palm-sized gourd and handed it to Chu Mu. Chu Mu subconsciously took it, and a sword appeared in the man's hand. This sword emitted a strong aura fluctuation, which was very strong and frightening. A superb sword, Chu Mu's pupils contracted, and he exclaimed in a low voice, "A superb sword!" Only a superb sword could release such a strong aura fluctuation, which was frightening. The middle-aged man smiled and handed the superb sword to Chu Mu. After Chu Mu took a few glances at it, he kept it in his spatial bracelet. Then, two more things appeared in the middle-aged man's hand. They were two books, and he handed them to Chu Mu. Chu Mu took a look at the two books. One was an ancient swordsmanship, and the other was a technique of exerting force. Finally, a small octagonal jade box appeared in the middle-aged man's hand. The jade box was sealed, and it seemed that there was something extraordinary inside. Chu Mu's eyes suddenly widened, because he already knew what was inside the jade box. His breathing became rapid. When he took the jade box, Chu Mu's hand trembled slightly. The thing inside made it difficult for him to keep calm. "To be honest, the reward you got this time, even I am jealous." The middle-aged man smiled and said, "Take out your identity, sword token." Chu Mu kept the jade box in his spatial bracelet and took out his identity, sword token. After the middle-aged man took it, he also took out his identity, sword token. After the two sword tokens touched each other for 3 breaths, the middle-aged man returned the identity, sword token, to Chu Mu. "Well, King of Swordsmanship Chu Mu, my task is completed." The middle-aged man smiled and turned to walk outside. "Help me open the seal." Chu Mu also wanted to check his reward as soon as possible, so he immediately went out to send the middle-aged man away. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 277. After the middle-aged man from the 100 Affair Hall left, Chu Mu immediately returned to the sword tower and quickly moved the 20 large red boxes and the only small dark red wooden box to the 2nd floor. These boxes should be filled with spirit stones. Chu Mu thought to himself. He was extremely flabbergasted because he couldn't feel any spirit aura coming from the chest. If it was not because the things in the boxes were not spirit stones, then these boxes were not ordinary. They could isolate the spirit fluctuations inside. With a faint excitement, Chu Mu forcefully opened the lid of the first enormous red wooden chest. With a creaking sound, a burst of powerful and pure spirit aura immediately dispersed. It rushed towards Chu Mu's face and formed a gust of wind that blew Chu Mu's clothes and black hair in the air. One after another, low-grade spirit stones were neatly arranged in the boxes. Could it be 10,000 spirit stones per box? Chu Mu secretly said. He did not count them one by one, but looked at them generally. It was almost 10,000 low-grade spirit stones per box. That was to say, 20 boxes would be 200,000 spirit stones. Chu Mu opened each box and looked at it, then closed it again. Each box was full of low-grade spirit stones. Then he opened the small dark red box. As expected, there were 2,000 middle-grade spirit stones in the dark red box. However, the spiritual energy fluctuations they emitted were stronger than any box of low-grade spirit stones. After all, the spirit in low-grade spirit stones could not be compared with mid-grade spirit stones in terms of quantity or purity. 200,000 low-grade spirit stones and 2,000 mid-grade spirit stones. This was definitely a big fortune, which made Chu Mu excited. After a while, Chu Mu calmed down and checked the identity sword token. He found that the academic credits in the identity sword token had increased by 5 million, which made him even more happy. 5 million academic credits. He could exchange any mid-grade sword he wanted. Even if it was an upper-grade sword, he could exchange it. Thinking of swords, Chu Mu immediately took out the best quality sword from the space bracelet. The length of this top-grade sword belonged to a standard sword. The scabbard was made of some kind of wood and was dark red in color. It had an antique feel to it, and there were some dark, golden metal patterns on it, which added a sense of mystery to it. On one side of the scabbard, near the sword guard, there were two antique, dark, golden characters. There seemed to be stars twinkling on the dark, golden characters. Chu Mu looked carefully and found that the two characters with a unique charm were Broken Star, Profound Star Sword. Chu Mu said to himself, I can't feel any fluctuation of any system. Is it not a sword of any system? Thinking up to this point, Chu Mu's right hand gripped the sword hilt. Immediately he felt an extremely good touch, as if this sword was made just for him. It was as if the patterns on the sword hilt perfectly matched the patterns on his palm, becoming a perfect combination. From this point, it could be seen that the person who forged this Profound Star sword had extremely high attainments in forging. His right hand slightly exerted force, but the Profound Star sword didn't move. Chu Mu's expression changed slightly. He couldn't help but use a lot of force, but the Profound Star sword still didn't move. He was simply unable to pull it out. After several attempts, even using Xiantian sword qi, Chu Mu still couldn't pull out the Profound Star sword. At most, he could only make the Profound Star sword tremble slightly, as if he was about to pull it out but couldn't. It seems that my cultivation is still not enough. Chu Mu finally gave up. He looked at the Profound Star sword and put it back into the space bracelet. The higher the grade of a sword, the more powerful it was. However, it didn't mean that the higher the grade of a sword, the better it was for him. The use of a sword was closely related to his sword qi cultivation. If his cultivation wasn't enough, it would be difficult to use a high-grade sword, let alone increase his strength. For example, a typical qi transformation realm swordsman would normally use low-grade or mid-grade swords. However, there were some swordsmen who had cultivated to the qi transformation realm who were more talented and had reached the qi transformation realm who could use high-grade swords. As for a high-grade sword, there was no hope of using it in the qi transformation stage. It could be said that a high-grade sword was a must-have for a qi high sword artist. Only a high-grade sword could fully display the strength of a qi high sword artist. As for a high-grade sword, it belonged to the qi high sword artist and was relatively rare. Based on this situation, even if I raise my sword qi cultivation to the qi transformation stage completion stage and cultivate the 9 transformations of Tianyuan to the 9th transformations, I still wouldn't be able to use the Profound Star sword normally. Chu Mu frowned and thought to himself, however, if I can raise my sword qi cultivation to the qi transformation stage completion stage and cultivate the 9 transformations of Tianyuan to the 9th transformations, I might be able to use a high-grade sword as a trump card. However, to raise his sword qi cultivation to the qi transformation stage completion stage and cultivate the 9 transformations of Tianyuan to the 9th transformations was not an easy task. Perhaps when he cultivated the 9 transformations of Tianyuan to the 9th transformations, Chu Mu would break through to the qi high realm first. Since he couldn't use the Profound Star sword right now, Chu Mu could only hide it temporarily and take out 2 books. Broken Star Sword Art. Chu Mu read out the name on one of the books, word by word. He then flipped it open and started reading. The Broken Star Sword art was undoubtedly an ancient sword art. Moreover, it was an earth rank ancient sword art. Ancient sword arts were divided into 3 ranks: human, earth, and heaven. An earth rank ancient sword art was undoubtedly many times more powerful than a human rank ancient sword art. In terms of value, it was at least 10 times or even 100 times more valuable. And this Broken Star sword art was one of the top earth rank ancient sword arts, because it was clearly written in the book that one had to have 80% of the general conception as the foundation. The so-called 80% of the general conception referred to 80% of the conception of wind or gold, and the lowest requirement for a heaven rank ancient sword art was 90% of the general conception. There are no specific kinds of conception. That is to say, as long as one has 80% of the general conception, one can cultivate this ancient sword art. Chu Mu's eyes lit up. After half a year of learning, He knew how precious this ancient sword art was. No matter what kind of conception one had, as long as one's comprehension of the conception reached the required level, one could cultivate it. What was even rarer was that cultivating and activating this sword technique with different intents would have different effects on top of the original power. The value of such an all-round ancient sword art was 5 times higher than that of an ancient sword art of the same level that required a specific conception to cultivate. Chu-Mu couldn't help but sigh with emotion at the Sword Mansion's generosity. Although he couldn't cultivate the ancient sword art now, the rewards he received as the champion were still very amazing. This is an unconventional or variant conception. Depending on the level of the conception, the requirements will be relatively lower. The power of a variant conception had always been above the general conception, and also above some unconventional conceptions. For example, the blood conception was a variant of the water conception, and the snow conception was a variant of the ice conception. Some unconventional conceptions, such as the power conception, speed conception, light and darkness conception, would surpass the general conception by 10%, and variant conceptions would surpass the general conception by at least 5%. Just like the difference between 30% and 35%, it was very obvious to experts. Most importantly, if it became the difference between 35% and 40%, it would be very obvious. There were some powerful unconventional concepts or variant concepts that could surpass the conventional concepts by 10% or even 20%. It wasn't impossible. I wonder what level the gold conception, that variant conception, belongs to. Chu-Mu thought to himself. After 20 days, Chu-Mu kept feeling that the gold conception's variant conception was about to appear, but it still hadn't appeared. As a result, Chu-Mu couldn't use the gold conception, and he didn't know what kind of variant conception it was. Putting away the broken star sword art, Chu-Mu looked at the other book, Penetrating Force. This was a kind of force exertion technique. After reading it once, Chu-Mu was a bit excited. Although the records in this Penetrating Force weren't very detailed, and there seemed to be some gaps in the middle, it still had a beginning and an end. With Chu-Mu's monstrous perception, he could calculate it completely and cultivate it successfully after spending some time. In the end, there were only 2 kinds of rewards left. There were 20 mortal yang pills in total, which were said to be able to increase one's sword chi cultivation to the peak of its level. The other one was the mind refining pill, which was said to be able to speed up one's comprehension of the conception. The comprehension level was closely related to one's perception. I can take the mortal yang pill now and directly increase my sword chi cultivation to the peak of minor completion. But the mind refining pill? After pondering for a while, Chu-Mu decided, I won't take the mind refining pill for now. My wind conception has reached 52%, which is my first conception. It's not hard to comprehend it, so I don't need the mind refining pill. My cloud conception has almost reached 41%, but the most important thing is the gold conception's mutation. Chu-Mu was looking forward to the gold conception's mutation, so he decided to keep the mind refining pill for now. After the gold conception's mutation was complete, he would use the mind refining pill to increase the gold conception's mutation. After making the decision, Chu-Mu went to the 4th floor and sat down cross-legged. After clearing his mind, he poured out the mortal yang pill from the gourd. The mortal yang pill was milky white and the size of a longan core. It emitted an intoxicating fragrance. As soon as the mortal yang pill entered his stomach, a rich spirit chi immediately spread out. Chu-Mu immediately used the 9 revolutions of heaven origin and quickly absorbed the pure spirit chi, turning it into heaven origin sword chi without any pressure. 1 mortal yang pill after another was thrown into Chu-Mu's mouth and swallowed. Soon, 10 out of the 20 mortal yang pills were gone. After Chu-Mu absorbed the last mortal yang pill, he stopped cultivating. His Xiantian sword chi cultivation had already reached the peak of minor completion of chi stage. Even if he continued to take mortal yang pills, it wouldn't increase, unless he broke through to Qi stage Deshang. Reaching the peak of minor completion of Qi stage allowed Chu Mu's Xiantian sword Qi to increase by 30%, making him even stronger. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 278. White clouds drifted in the azure sky. The weather was extremely clear. A figure flew over from the distance at an extremely fast speed. It was a red-crowned crane. The red-crowned crane flapped its wings and soared high in the sky. Every flap would send it dozens of meters away, like an arrow that had been released from a bow. A person sat cross-legged on the crane's back. He was stable and motionless, as if he had become one with the crane. Because the red-crowned crane was extremely fast and was flying high in the sky, the wind that originally blew towards them became as sharp as knives. Moreover, it was incomparably violent. If a sword Qi cultivator were to face such a blade-like storm, they would be directly blown to pieces, covered in wounds, and die. However, to a Qi transformation cultivator, such a storm was not enough to endanger their lives, even though it was powerful. Of course, they could endure such a powerful storm for a short period of time. However, if it continued for a long time, they would definitely be unable to endure it. It would be extremely uncomfortable. As a result, under normal circumstances, Qi transformation cultivators would circulate their cultivation method and release an armor of Xiantian sword Qi to block the storm. However, Chu Mu did not do so. When the storm was 2 meters away from him, it suddenly calmed down and vanished without a trace. As a result, Chu Mu was not affected at all. This was completely because he had used the concept of wind. The concept of wind was a type of essence and profundity of wind. To Chu Mu, who had comprehended 52% of the concept of wind, such a storm was unable to affect him at all. Furthermore, Chu Mu discovered that his comprehension of the concept of wind had actually increased as he resisted the storm. At this moment, Chu Mu was on his way to Kaiyang City in the Li province. This time, Chu Mu planned to return to the Chu clan and comprehend the painting of wind again. He wanted to obtain the secret technique of the aspect of wind from the painting of wind. According to the rules of the sword manor, after becoming an inner disciple, one could apply for a chance to return home once a year for a period of 1 month. However, it would take more than a month to travel from the Great Kuin Sword Manor to Kaiyang City in the Li province on foot. If one was late, they would be punished by the sword manor. If he had accepted a mission and wanted to take advantage of the time, he could. However, the timing of the mission was usually just right, and there were very few loopholes that could be exploited. As a result, Chu Mu had no choice but to spend 1,000 low-grade spirit stones to rent the red-crowned crane from the Sword Mansion and use the red-crowned crane's speed to hurry back to the Chu clan. Even with the red-crowned crane's speed, it would take at least 5 to 6 days to return to the Chu clan, including the time to rest. Chu Mu's mid-grade spatial bracelet simply couldn't hold 20 boxes of low-grade spiritual stones. Therefore, he only put half of the 10 boxes into it. He also put the dark red boxes of mid-grade spiritual stones into the mid-grade spatial bracelet. In addition, Chu Mu also spent some credits to exchange for a metal elemental middle-grade sword, the sharp gold sword, from the Sword Tool Pavilion. The clear wind sword and the gold sword were placed in the middle-grade spatial bracer for other uses. As for the other mortal yang pills, mind-refining pills, broken stars, swordsmanship, and penetrating force, they were all stored in the middle-grade spatial bracelet. As for the 10 chests of low-grade spirit stones that he couldn't fit, he placed them in his own earth-level sword tower. It was quite safe. "Father, the Wang clan has gone too far. Let's fight it out with them." In the Chu clan's main hall, Chu Xingfeng said with an agitated face. His eyes filled with anger. In the main hall, Chu Dongxiong sat high up in the main seat. The current head of the Chu clan, Chu Xingkong, Chu Xingfeng, and Chu Xingyun were also present. In addition, there were 2 elders of the Chu clan. These were all important figures of the Chu clan, other than Chu Xingfeng. Everyone else had a heavy expression on their faces. There was a trace of worry in the corners of their eyes. Chu Dongxiong didn't immediately answer Chu Xingfeng's words. Instead, he fell into deep thought. Many months ago, Chu Mu had obtained a spot in the top 100 of the Liz Ho Sword Academy and obtained the qualification to study in the Great Kuin Sword Mansion. When the Chu clan learned about the so-called Great Kuin Sword Mansion, they were all very excited and proud. At that time, Chu Mu had brought back many good things from the Chu clan, such as some sword chi arts, pills, and even fake swords. These things had enriched the Chu clan and increased the overall strength of the Chu clan. After that, they used the things that Chu Mu had left behind to focus on nurturing, causing the Chu clan to have many outstanding young experts. This had strengthened the Chu clan's younger generation and laid a solid foundation for the Chu clan's gradual growth in the future. In addition, the other members of the Chu clan, such as the 2 elders who were at the peak of the half-step Qi transformation realm, had been stuck at the peak for many years. They had been unable to break through due to the limitations of their techniques. This time, because of the techniques and other things that Chu Mu had left behind, they had successfully broken through to the Qi transformation realm and become Qi transformation realm swordsmen. This had increased the strength of the Chu clan. As for Chu Xingyun and the others, their strength had also increased greatly. They had all risen from the 10th stage to the half-step Qi transformation realm. Moreover, because they had cultivated the high-grade sword techniques that Chu Mu had left behind and obtained fake swords, their battle strength had increased greatly. As the old patriarch of the Chu clan, Chu Dongxiong, apart from cultivating high-grade sword techniques, had also cultivated the super-grade sword technique that Chu Mu had left behind, the wind image. Although he had not completely mastered it, he could already use a portion of its power, greatly increasing his strength. As a result, the Chu clan strength had immediately surpassed the Wang clan and the Lin clan, causing the Wang clan and the Lin clan to feel a great sense of danger. However, the Lin clan had always been on good terms with the Chu clan, so they had immediately paid a visit. From their words, it seemed as if the Chu clan was the leader. However, the Wang clan and the Chu clan had never been on good terms, so they had no such intentions. The Chu clan also felt that they should focus on developing instead of trying to dominate, so they did not make a move against the Wang clan. However, a few months later, someone from the Wang clan suddenly came to the Chu clan's doorstep and declared that they would submit to him. He would give the Chu clan 3 days to consider, or he would destroy the Chu clan. The Chu clan naturally would not submit to the Wang clan for no reason. As a result, the person from the Wang clan used a single sword strike to defeat one of the 2 elders of the Wang clan. Even Chu Dongxiong could not do anything to him and was easily retreated. After that, the Chu clan investigated and discovered that the Lin clan had already declared their submission to the Wang clan. The Chu clan was extremely angry at this kind of fence-sitter, but they also felt somewhat helpless. This was because they had heard that the person who had come to the Chu clan that day was the eldest son of the Wang clan's patriarch, Wang Long. It was said that after Wang Long had left the Wang clan a few years ago, there had been no news of him. However, he had suddenly returned a while ago. His cultivation was astonishing, and it was said that he had already reached the initial stage of the Qi transformation realm. Even Chu Dongxiong, who was also at the initial stage of the Qi transformation realm, could not do anything to him. Moreover, the old patriarch of the Lin clan, who was also at the initial stage of the Qi transformation realm, had also been defeated by Wang Long. There was also news that stated that, in addition to Wang Long, there were 2 more powerful people who had appeared with him in the Wang clan. Wang Long called them senior brothers. Wang Long alone was already enough to make Chu Dongxiong unable to deal with him, let alone 2 people who Wang Long called senior brothers who were even more powerful than him. Now, 2 days had passed since the 3-day deadline that Wang Long had mentioned. If the Chu clan still did not make a decision, Wang Long and the others would come tomorrow. When that time came, the Chu clan would really be in danger. It's impossible to fight. Wang Long alone is already difficult for us to deal with, let alone his 2 senior brothers, who are even more powerful. Moreover, the Wang clan strength is not much inferior to ours. Once we fight, the Chu clan will be destroyed in the end. As the patriarch, Chu Shinkong's every word and action had to be considered for the clan. Therefore, he had thought more deeply and thoroughly. In my opinion, why don't we let the outstanding disciples of the Chu clan disguise themselves and sneak out tonight? Leave the Chu clan and preserve the foundation of the Chu clan, while we stay behind to delay the Wang clan, Chu Shinkong said. He was the patriarch, but he was also a man of courage. I agree with Big Brother's opinion. Right now, Chu He, Chu Tian, Chu Hong, and Chu Mu of the Chu clan are all outside. Moreover, 2 of them have already entered the great Kuin sword mansion to cultivate, while the other 2 are cultivating in the Li State Sword Academy. Even if they can enter the sword mansion, they are still disciples of mid-tier sword sections. Their futures are limitless, Chu Shinkong said. His expression was serious. As long as they are still alive, the Chu clan will not be cut off. Moreover, Big Brother said to let the outstanding disciples disguise themselves and leave Yang City. I believe that one day the Wang clan will suffer the consequences of their actions. Our Chu clan will be rebuilt. Chu Mu. Chu Dongxiong's old face flashed with a touch of relief. Not to mention Chu He, Chu Tian, and Chu Hong. Chu Mu made Chu Dongxiong very satisfied. He was the pride of the Chu clan. Chu Mu indeed had the qualifications to make the Chu clan proud. Back then, he had not gained anything from comprehending the wind painting scroll. However, Chu Mu had not only deepened his comprehension of the will of wind, but also obtained the appearance of wind, a super-level sword technique. All right, let's do as Konga says. Chu Dongxiong immediately made the final decision. The Chu clan unanimously agreed to immediately gather all the young disciples of the Chu clan. Chu Dongxiong did not arbitrarily dictate who should leave and who should stay behind to die. He only said the decision and let them make their own choice. Those who stayed behind would naturally have to fight the Wang clan. In the end, they would not be able to avoid death. Those who left would have to bear a responsibility. They would have to rebuild the Chu clan, develop the Chu clan, and take revenge on the Wang clan. In addition, they were also told to go to the Great Kuin Sword Mansion to find Chu Mu, Chu He, and so on. Regardless of whether they stayed or left, it would not be easy. I want to stay and fight it out with the Wang clan. Most of the youths chose to stay. Their courage allowed them to make a choice. They were not willing to leave in such a sorry state. Chu Dongxiong and the other upper echelons of the Chu clan saw that their disciples were not afraid and asked to leave. Instead, they were filled with courage and wanted to stay and fight with the Wang clan. They were all very pleased. With such disciples, even if their talent was average, so what? It was a pity that the heavens did not give the Chu clan the time. Otherwise, the Chu clan would definitely become stronger. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 279. Very quickly, Chu Dongxiong and the others picked out the more outstanding youths from the Chu clan. There were a total of 20 or so people, and they had them disguise themselves. These disciples were naturally unwilling to leave, but under the persuasion of Chu Dongxiong and the others, they gradually calmed down and agreed with Chu Dongxiong and the others. As night fell, the 20 or so outstanding disciples all disguised themselves. Taking advantage of the late night, they reluctantly sneaked out of the Chu clan's backyard. They all had banknotes and other things on them. According to Chu Dongxiong and the others' opinion, these 20 or so people should not stay together. It was safer to spread out. The 20 or so outstanding disciples left in the night. Chu Dongxiong and the others finally let out a sigh of relief. Other than Chu Mu and the other 3, there were still 20 or so outstanding disciples that left. This could be considered as preserving the Chu clan's last foundation. In the future, when the Chu clan was rebuilt, they would be strong enough to come back and take revenge. Good. Let everyone prepare for tomorrow's battle. Chu Dongshung shouted. The Chu clan's ferocious tigers' might was displayed. Even if the Chu clan's last drop of blood, we will not let the Wang clan have an easy time. Yes, the Chu clan disciples were all excited. They clenched their fists and left one by one. They were conserving their energy for tomorrow's battle. Tomorrow, we should be able to reach the clan. I wonder if father and mother are doing well. In a mountain in the Li province, Chu Mu sat cross-legged on a huge rock. He looked at the bright moon in the sky and thought to himself. The red-crowned crane was perched on the side, resting with its head lowered. Suddenly, the bright white moon seemed to be suffused with traces of blood color. It looked a bit demonic. Chu Mu frowned slightly. This kind of moonlight did not seem very good. It seemed to be some kind of omen. The night passed quickly without any words. The sky gradually brightened. After the people of Kaiyang woke up, they began a new day of work. Some opened their shops, while others went out of the city to farm. However, when they passed by the Chu clan's estate, their bodies suddenly trembled and their hair stood on end. That was because from within the Chu family estate, waves of sharp aura spread out. It was like a sharp sword piercing through the sky, causing people to tremble in fear. Some of the more weak-willed commoners immediately fell to the ground as their legs went soft. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably, and it was difficult for them to even move. They had to crawl out of the Chu clan residence. In the front yard of the Chu clan's fierce tiger, Chu clan's fierce tiger, Chu clan's clan leader, Chu Shinkong, and the others were sitting beside him. The Chu clan's disciples were standing beside him with their swords on their backs. Their auras were as one, and their sharpness was revealed. It was as if they were waiting for something. The bloody battle was about to arrive, and the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. Time slowly passed. The strange phenomenon in the Chu clan had caused many speculations. Naturally, the news had also reached the ears of the Lin and Wang clans. From the looks of it, the Chu clan does not intend to submit. The head of the Lin clan, Lin Feihu, frowned. He could not help but feel a sense of sadness. In order to protect the Lin clan, he had no choice but to submit to the Wang clan. Otherwise, with the Wang clan's current strength, it would not be difficult for them to destroy the Lin clan. Wang Long alone was able to defeat the old head of the Lin clan, making the entire Lin clan invincible. Even if they surrounded the Lin clan, it would only increase the number of casualties. The Chu clan is doing very well. Within the Wang clan, a tall young man of 23 or 24 years old revealed a cold smile after hearing the news. His eyes flashed with a hint of ferocity. Lin Feihu, take your people and follow me to the Chu clan. The young man's ferocious eyes swept over Lin Feihu as he ordered. Yes. Lin Feihu cupped his hands. His face was expressionless, but his heart was filled with sorrow. The dignified Lin clan, one of the 3 great clans of Kaiyang City, was in existence on par with the Wang clan. But now it had become a subsidiary of the Wang clan, and was even going to be cannon fodder for the Wang clan. This young man was Wang Long. His words were very clear. He planned to have the Lin clan and the Chu clan fight. When the time comes, the Wang clan will clean up the mess. This way, the Lin clan's strength will be greatly reduced, the Chu clan will also decline, and the Wang clan will dominate the entire Kaiyang city. But Lin Feihu couldn't refuse, because if he refused, the Wang clan would immediately make a move against the Lin clan. The old patriarch of the Lin clan was still injured, and the entire Lin clan was no match for Wang Long. After all, the current Lin clan couldn't be compared to the Chu clan at all. They only had one master of the Qi transformation realm, while the Chu clan now had 3. This time the Lin clan would suffer heavy losses in the battle with the Chu clan. Lin Feihu didn't dare to refuse Wang Long's order. Although he was sad and angry, he still did as he was told. But he played a little trick and only brought out the more ordinary disciples of the Lin clan. None of the outstanding disciples showed up. Wang Long was no fool. He glanced at them and snorted coldly, but didn't say anything. To him, the Lin clan was nothing but cannon fodder, and it didn't matter if he needed them to do anything when the time came. It was just a matter of calling them out to make a scene. The group of people left the Wang clan and went to the Chu clan. The Chu clan's gate was blasted open by a sword. It shattered into 5 or 6 pieces and flew to the front yard of the Chu clan. The faces of the disciples of the Chu clan changed. They all held the hilts of their swords, ready to pull them out at any time. What a big lineup! Is it to welcome our arrival? A somewhat playful voice sounded. Then, several figures appeared after the dust settled. These people walked through the gate and into the front yard of the Chu clan, allowing the people of the Chu clan to see their faces clearly. The leader was the young master of the Wang clan, Wang Long. Wang Long's tall figure looked imposing. He wore a loose black robe with bronze edges. There was a sword on his back, revealing the black hilt. Overall, he gave off an extraordinary feeling. Behind Wang Long, there were 2 elders of the Wang clan. These 2 elders were both in the Qi transformation realm. In addition, there was Lin Feihu, the patriarch of the Lin clan. Behind Lin Feihu were dozens of disciples of the Lin clan. Chu Dongxiong slowly stood up with his hands behind his back. His face was serious, and his aura was condensed. He stared at Wang Long Chu Xingkong, and the rest of the disciples of the Chu clan all looked over with vigilance. Patriarch Lin, I didn't expect you to make such a choice. Chu Dongxiong's gaze fell on Lin Feihu's face and said slowly. Lin Feihu's expression changed, but he didn't answer. Patriarch Lin's choice is the clearest. I hope that your Chu clan can also make the clearest choice. Wang Long smiled and said unhurriedly, as if the whole situation was already in his hands and he was in control of the whole situation. Our Chu clan has indeed made the clearest choice. Chu Dongxiong sneered. The Chu clan will definitely not submit to your Wang clan. Oh, Wang Long's eyes were cold. So it seems that your Chu clan is planning to disappear. We will fight to the last drop of our Chu clan's blood, Chu Dongxiong shouted. We will fight to the last drop of our Chu clan's blood. The disciples of the Chu clan all drew their swords and shouted. The clanging sound of swords being unsheathed resounded in the surroundings. The sharp aura was even more intense, shooting straight into the sky. Everyone within a few thousand meters of the Chu clan could feel the intense sharpness. The sharpness was even more frightening than a person. Everyone knew that there was a huge change in Kaiyang City. What a shocking aura! Wang Long's eyes flashed with a hint of fear. The 2 elders of the Wang clan, Lin Feihu, and the rest of the Lin clan were also incomparably fearful. They even took a small step back. The aura of the Chu clan was too strong. Although in Wang Long's eyes, even the old patriarch Chu Dongxiong, who was known as the fierce tiger of the Chu clan, was not his opponent, the determination of the Chu clan at this moment caused the sharpness to be incomparably strong. It made him, who was at the initial stage of Qi transformation, feel apprehensive. However, Wang Long was only a little afraid, that was all. We will fight to the last drop of our Chu clan's blood. Wang Long's lips curled into a cold smile. Are you thinking that since you have already sent the outstanding disciples of the Chu clan out of Kaiyang City, the remaining people are prepared to fight to the death with our Wang clan? The expressions of the Chu clan members suddenly changed. They could not help but have an ominous feeling. That's right. Last night, the 20 or so people who left your Chu clan's backyard did not leave. Right now, they are all guests of the Wang clan. Wang Long said neither slowly nor quickly. The expression on his face was chilling. The sharpness of Chu Dongxiong and the others paused, then dissipated. They sent the 20 or so outstanding disciples of the Chu clan out of the Chu clan in order to preserve the bloodline of the Chu clan. In the future, they could not place this heavy burden on Chu Mu and the other 3. It was because of this hope that they could put aside all their worries and fight to the death with the Wang clan. They would fight to the death, even if they had to use up their last drop of blood, to make the Wang clan suffer even greater losses. But now the 20 or so outstanding disciples of the Chu clan that Wang Long told them to leave last night did not really leave. Instead, they were captured and locked up in the Wang clan. This was tantamount to shattering their hope, causing their morale to plummet. Seeing the expressions of the Chu clan members, Wang Long smiled coldly. He had achieved his goal. The current Chu clan did not have that sharpness, so they were not that powerful. They could destroy the Chu clan at an even lower price and dominate Kaiyang City. Then, with Kaiyang City as their foundation, they could spread their influence in all directions, causing the Wang clan to continuously grow stronger. This was Wang Long's ambition and also the Wang clan's ambition. I will give your Chu clan one last chance. Submit to the Wang clan. Otherwise, you will be killed without mercy. Wang Long shouted. Don't even think about it. Chu Dongxiong clenched his teeth and swept his gaze over the Chu clan members. He could not help but feel some sorrow in his heart. Brothers of the Chu clan, bring out your courage and fight a bloody battle with the Wang clan. Even if we use up our last drop of blood, we will not surrender and weaken the prestige of the Chu clan. Bloody battle! Bloody battle! Bloody battle! It was as if they had fallen into despair after their hope had been shattered. But in that despair, they gained strength and fought with their lives on the line. The aura of the Chu clan members once again became sharp and even stronger than before. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 280. Wang Long's expression changed. He didn't expect the Chu family to be so hot-blooded. After their hope was shattered, they fell into despair, and their determination and willpower were even stronger. Wang Long's mind changed. No matter what, he couldn't start a war with the Chu family. Otherwise, even if he could win today, it wouldn't be a beautiful victory, and he would suffer heavy losses. Although it was the Lin family who suffered losses, the Wang family also had 2 elders who might die here. All right, I, Wang Long, will give you a fair chance. As long as anyone from your Chu clan can fight with me, I will let your Chu clan go today. Wang Long made up his mind and shouted, Do you dare? The Chu family didn't answer. I won't bully you. As long as anyone from the Chu family can fight with me to a draw, you win. Wang Long added, using words to weaken the Chu family's second young master's momentum. Once you win, I'll not only turn around and leave, but I'll also release the 20 or so outstanding disciples of the Chu family. If anyone from the Chu family can defeat me, then you don't need to submit to the Wang family, but you have to leave Kaiyang City. Wang Long added, Of course, if you all lose, I'll give the Chu family a chance to fight to the death. Wang Long said in the end. He didn't say surrender because the Chu family didn't want to, so he said a chance to fight to the death to let the Chu family have some hope. One had to admit that Wang Long's psychological tactics were very good. Many of the Chu family's disciples' hearts began to waver. It wasn't that they weren't firm enough, but that Wang Long's conditions were very good. No one liked to die. Even Chu Dongxiong was a bit tempted to be able to survive without submitting to the Wang family and bring back 20 or so outstanding disciples of the Chu family. Okay, let me, Chu Dongxiong, fight with you. Chu Dongxiong immediately shouted. Although he lost to Wang Long a few days ago, Chu Dongxiong didn't use his full strength. He thought that if he used the wind form, he might be able to defeat Wang Long. All of you, back off. Wang Long was secretly delighted and said, Chu Dongxiong also made the Chu family members retreat. emptying out the entire front yard of the Chu family. Chu Dangxiong held a fake sword. There was no other way. With the Chu clan's financial resources, they simply could not afford a low-grade sword. In the entire Kaiyang city, fake swords were already very precious. As for low-grade swords, they were like legends. Even the Wang family did not have one. However, after Wang Long returned, he should have brought back a few low-grade swords. Fake swords were not suitable for Qi Transformation Realm swordsmen to use, and it was difficult for them to display their full power, but there was no other way. Chu Dongxiong did not have a low-grade sword, so he had to use one of the better ones that Chu Mu had brought back. People couldn't help but sigh. Compared to the outside world, the three great clans of Mizar City were simply too weak. Looking at the fake sword in Chu Dongxiong's hand, Wang Long's eyes flashed with disdain. Pulling out the sword from his back, Wang Long did not say a word and directly stabbed towards Chu Dongxiong. This sword was condensed with Xiantian sword qi, and a dazzling sword light flashed, making the sword even more powerful. Other than Chu Dongxiong, everyone else's eyes narrowed. They could not see clearly, and their hearts were filled with shock. Chu Dongxiong's face was solemn as he slashed out with his sword. In an instant, the sword qi was shattered by Wang Long's sword, but the sword still stabbed towards him. Its speed was extremely fast, and its power was condensed into one. Clang! Clang! Sparks flew as Chu Dongxiong retreated a few steps. There was a gap on the fake sword. In terms of quantity and purity of Xiantian sword qi, Chu Dongxiong was not as good as Wang Long. This was because the difference in the grade of their martial arts was obvious. Fake swords could not be compared to low-grade swords. Moreover, there was another important point. In a battle between Qi Transformation Realm swordsmen, it was not as if the area was as grand or as big as possible. That would mean that the power was scattered and it was just a facade. Only those swordsmen who had little contact with swordsmen and did not receive any systematic guidance would be like this. They would think that the bigger the momentum, the better. Little did they know that the more condensed the power, the more powerful it would be. And right now, Chu Dongxiong belonged to those swordsmen who did not understand. In Wang Long's eyes, it was just child's play. Form of wind. Chu Dongxiong roared like a fierce tiger. It was as if the sword's aura had increased explosively. A gale blew up, and everyone felt as if they were about to be blown away by this gale. Sand and pebbles flew all over the sky. He seemed to understand that dragging the battle out would be disadvantageous for him, so he decisively used his trump card. So your trump card is a super-level sword skill. Unfortunately, you did not comprehend the concept, nor do you have a low-grade sword. You also did not completely master this super-level sword skill. Wang Long saw through Chu Dongxiong's move with a single glance. He could not help but sneer, full of disdain. Soon after, Wang Long's sword pierced out. On this sword, there was a fiery red, flowing and condensing. Under this sword, Chu Dongxiong's gale was directly torn apart, becoming scorching hot. Everyone felt as if they were being barbecued next to a big stove, and they were drenched in sweat. An ear-piercing sound rang out, and a figure was sent flying. He spat out blood, and the sword in his hand was directly broken and flew to the side. Father! Chu Xingkong and the others' faces changed greatly, and they anxiously flew over. Old Master! The Chu family's young men's faces also changed greatly. With a pung sound, Chu Dongxiong's whole body crashed into a fake mountain, shattering it. He spat out another mouthful of blood, and his face was pale and weak. Chu Dongxiong was helped up by Chu Xingkong and the others. His body was swaying, and he had suffered heavy internal injuries. He no longer had the strength to fight. If Chu Dongxiong had a low-rank sword and comprehended the conception, he would not have been defeated so quickly. Unfortunately, he was only at the initial level of the Qi Transformation Realm and belonged to the lowest rank in the Qi Transformation Realm. Even a Qi Transformation Realm swordsman who had comprehended the conception, and a low-rank sword could easily defeat him. Not to mention Wang Long Chu Dongxiong was heavily injured, and the remaining people of the Chu family could not even block a single sword strike from him. If he wanted to, he could kill many of them with a single sword strike. Even if the Chu family wanted to fight, they did not have the qualifications to do so, because Chu Dongxiong's defeat in a single strike had deeply affected them, and it was difficult for them to muster up the determination to fight. Now, I will give you Chu family a chance. Submit to the Wang family, or else you will be killed, without mercy. Wang Long took the opportunity to roar, and slashed out with his sword. This sword strike contained the fluctuation of the conception of fire. Fire element, innate, sword qi gathered on the sword, and directly used the killing move of a fire element super level sword art. The sword turned into a huge red sword light and slashed forward. With a rumbling sound, the ground of the Chu family's front yard was suddenly cut open, and 100-meter-long crack appeared. Even the walls of the Chu family's front yard were cut open, and the cracks appeared to be charred black. If such a sword strike landed directly on the body, it would be instant death. No matter who it was, they were extremely frightened. Whether it was Wang Long's roar or the aura of that sword strike, it spread very far, and everyone in Kaiyang City could hear it. Does the heavens want my Chu family to die? Chu Dongxiong's face was pale as he was supported by someone. He looked up to the sky and sighed, revealing a sad expression. He did not expect that in front of Wang Long he would be so weak. For a moment, the Chu family's men all looked at Chu Dongxiong, waiting for his decision to fight. Wang Long did not rush them. It was naturally better for the Chu family to submit. If they did not submit and chose to fight, then he could let the people behind him take action. The cannon fodder of the Lin family would have to take action. My patience is limited. Submit or perish. I will count to 3. Your Chu family must give me an answer. Wang Long said again. His voice was very loud and carried the fluctuation of innate sword qi. It was like rolling thunder, and every word was attacking the minds of the Chu family's men. 1. Wang Long began to count. His voice still contained innate sword qi, and it reverberated in the sky of the Chu family like thunder. 2. The Chu family's men all held their swords tightly, and their eyes contained traces of fear. Wang Long's strength was just too strong. 3. After the last count, Wang Long's eyes became extremely sharp, and the light that shot out seemed to pierce through people's hearts. He raised the sword in his hand high and was about to swing it down. Let me answer you. The Chu family will not submit, nor will it perish. Suddenly, a sharp voice came from the sky like rolling thunder. This voice is... Everyone hurriedly looked up at the sky. They were all shocked, especially Chu Xingyun and Li Yunlan, who were a little excited. A shadow swooped down from the sky, rolling up a strong storm. A powerful pressure directly fell on everyone, and their faces changed greatly. Demon Beast. Chu Dongxiong and Wang Long's expressions changed. Then a figure jumped down from the top of the demonic beast. It was as light as a feather in the wind. Moor! At this time, Chu Xingyun and Li Yunlan were not surprised but frightened. Chu Mu's return was originally something to be happy about, but he came back at this time. It was not the right time. Even Chu Dongxiong's face showed despair. In the air, Chu Mu nodded to Chu Xingyun and Li Yunlan, and then looked at Wang Long. Without saying a word, he unsheathed the wind-cutter sword and appeared in front of Wang Long in a flash and slashed out. This slash was like a god descending. Wang Long was shocked and hurriedly tried to block it. With a loud clang, Wang Long was sent flying backwards like a ball, crashing into a group of Lin family disciples. Middle-grade sword. His expression changed as he stared at the sword in Chu Mu's hand and said word by word. He quickly got up and turned around to leave. He came with great momentum, but left inexplicably and in a sorry state. For a moment, everyone was dumbfounded. They were all stunned and did not know how to react. Let's go. Finally, the elder of the Wang family reacted and hurriedly shouted. He quickly turned around and left. Lin Feihu also hurriedly led the Lin family members away. But before leaving, Lin Feihu looked at Chu Mu with a complicated expression. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 281. Not good. Family head. Not good. A Chu family disciple rushed into the hall and shouted while gasping for breath. What's not good? Chu Dongxiong and the others' faces darkened. This Chu family disciple was one of the people sent outside to observe the situation. Now that he rushed back while gasping for breath, could it be Wang? Wang Long brought his two senior brothers to our Chu clan. After stuttering out the words, Chu Dongxiong and the others felt their hearts skip a beat, and their expressions changed greatly. Chu Mu, leave immediately and return to the great Kuin sword mansion. Wait until your cultivation is higher before you take revenge for us. Chu Dongxiong made a prompt decision. Mu! Hurry up and leave on that flying, demonic beast. Chu Xingyun quickly said. That's right. As long as you are alive, our Chu family will not perish. Chu Xingkong and Chu Xingfing said. The family is in trouble. I can't stay out of it. Chu Mu said. No, they have 2 swordsmen who are at least at the Qi transformation to Shang realm. Chu Dongxiong objected. Grandfather, don't worry. If it's just Qi transformation to Shang realm swordsmen, they can't do anything to me. Chu Mu immediately said. If I can't beat them, I'll retreat. I have a flying demonic beast. Once I leave, they can't stop me. Chu Mu said this to comfort them. In fact, Chu Mu's idea was to kill the enemy. While they were talking, Wang Long had already brought his 2 senior brothers to the entrance of the Chu family mansion. Chu Mu, get out here. A shout came from outside the door. It was Wang Long's voice. He's here. Chu Dongxiong and the others all stood up with a serious expression. Chu Mu stood up and walked out of the hall with large strides. In addition to Wang Long, who was repelled by his sword, there were 2 other young men behind him. The robes worn by the 2 young men were almost the same as the one worn by Wang Long. Chu Mu also noticed that there was a special symbol on their cuffs, which seemed to be the head of some demonic beast. As expected, it's Deshang of the Qi transformation realm. Chu Mu said to himself as he glanced at the 2 youths with evil eyes. He let out a sigh of relief. Chu Dongxiong and the others also walked out, and the men of the Chu family also gathered. You really are Chu Mu. Wang Long's eyes were cold as they fell on Chu Mu's face. He didn't know that his 2 younger brothers had died under Chu Mu's sword. Otherwise, who knew how furious he would be? Are you that great Kuin sword mansion's disciple? The young man, surnamed Zheng, behind Wang Long smiled evilly and said to Chu Mu, You're at the peak of the initial Qi transformation realm, yet you can repel Wang Long with 1 sword. You're quite capable. Tell me your identities, Chu Mu said lightly. Our identities? The young man, surnamed Li, also smiled evilly. Since you want to know, I'll let you know. Listen carefully. The 3 of us are inner disciples of the Moro sword sect. Moro sword sect? Chu Mu frowned slightly. He had only heard of some sword school, but never a sword sect. Was this sword sect different from a sword school? Looking at you, it seems like you've never heard of our Moro sword sect. The young man, surnamed Li, smiled evilly. It doesn't matter. You just need to know that the great Kuin sword mansion can't compare to our Moro sword sect. Of course, this was the young man's bluff. No matter what sword sect you're from, are you sure you want to stand up for Wang Long? Chu Mu's brows relaxed. He thought to himself that when he returned to the sword mansion, he would have to find out what this Moro sword sect was. Junior brother Wang is an inner disciple of our sect. His family is naturally under our jurisdiction. This is our responsibility. How can you say we're standing up for him? The young man, surnamed Zhang, smiled. Chu Mu's face was calm, but his mind was racing. I'm not afraid of one initial Qi transformation realm Dashang and two Qi transformation realm Dashang. But once they start fighting, the surrounding area will be affected. The others won't be able to block their innate sword Qi. If they're hit, they'll either die or be injured. Moreover, Qi transformation realm Xiantian sword Qi is very destructive. If I kill them in the end, the Chu family will be completely destroyed. If that's the case, I'll take them by surprise and kill them before they can show their strength. In the eyes of these two Qi transformation realm Dashang, I'm only at the peak of initial Qi transformation realm. I won't be their match. This is a good opportunity for me. At this moment, Chu Mu's mind was racing. Under his full concentration, his powerful soul allowed him to think faster than lightning. After he made his decision, Chu Mu took in everything around him. The exact distance between the three of them and himself, the distance between the three of them, the posture and angle they stood at, and other minute details, even the surrounding environment, and even the flow of air were all taken into account by Chu Mu. This was the first time that Chu Mu had spent so much mental energy calculating in order to kill in one strike. There was nothing left to say. The Chu family and the Wang family were bound to fight to the death. As for whether there would be any trouble after killing them, that was a matter for the future. His brain was constantly simulating the situation. Sparks flew off the flint, and it was extremely fast. Chu Mu had calculated all the possible reactions of the three of them. He had also designed the simplest, most direct, and most effective way to kill them. It seemed like a long time had passed, but in reality, it had only been a few breaths of time. Chu Mu had finished his calculations. His eyes became firm and sharp. The sharpness in his eyes was endless. All distracting thoughts were eliminated. Everything around him seemed to have disappeared. In his eyes, there were only the three enemies in front of him. They were the targets he had to kill in an instant. With a xiao sound, Chu Mu's figure moved, and his 50% third wind concept was fully activated. His fleeting wind shadow movement technique was instantly displayed to the extreme, and he shot towards Wang Long and the other two like a bolt of lightning. You actually dare to attack. The Zhang and the youth had disdainful smiles on their faces. Their strength was not something that an ordinary Qi transformation realm Dashang could compare with. Therefore, they were not afraid of a peak initial Qi transformation realm swordsman. The three of them, including Wang Long, all reached for their sword hilts. They were about to grab their sword hilts and kill Chu Mu. Chu Dongxiong and the others were shocked. They had not expected Chu Mu to attack so quickly. It was already too late to stop him. With a clang, Chu Mu pulled out his wind cutter sword. His figure flickered, and suddenly there were 11 of him. It was hard to tell which was the real one. They charged at Wang Long and the others from all directions. His speed had increased by another level, dazzling everyone. The perfect stage super rank footwork phantom step was instantly used by Chu Mu to its limit. The three of them only felt their vision blur. They could not tell which was the real one. Chu Mu had already arrived in front of Wang Long. Wang Long's hand had just grabbed his sword hilt. As if there was a sharp gust of wind, Wang Long's hand paused on his sword hilt. His eyes were filled with disbelief. The Zhang and the youth had already grabbed their sword hilts. Just as they were about to pull out their swords, the Xiantian sword Qi in their bodies surged. Another sword appeared in Chu Mu's left hand, flickering with a golden light. With two swords in hand, Chu Mu's figure spun around like a windmill. Everyone seemed to hear the sound of something being cut open. It made their hair stand on end. Everything returned to normal in an instant. Chu Mu held a sword in each of his hands. His entire body was like a goshawk that had just landed on the ground and had yet to fully fold its wings. Wang Long and his two senior brothers stood in place, motionless. Their eyes were filled with disbelief as they gripped the hilts of their swords. Wang Long's two senior brothers had already pulled their swords out of the ground. In the next second, a streak of scarlet appeared on their necks. Blood quickly seeped out. Chu Mu slowly got up. He only felt a little dizzy. Although he did not use all of his Xiantian sword qi, nor did he use his wind-shocking sword art or sword force. It was the first time Chu Mu had exerted his essence, qi, and spirit to the limit. If he had to do it again, Chu Mu was not confident that he could do it again. It was a blow that seemed to have surpassed the limit. It was hair-raising. The price was that Chu Mu now felt dizzy. His muscles were sore all over. This was a sign of overload. Dead, dead, dead. The young men of the Chu clan pointed at Wang Long and the other two with trembling fingers and stuttered. It was just a moment, just a blink of an eye, just a moment. Before they could react to Chu Mu's attack, the battle was over. It was as fast as lightning splitting the sky. Deal with their corpses. I'll go rest first, Chu Mu said and walked towards the hall. He needed to rest. Immediately move their corpses to the backyard. Everyone else, listen up. Seal off all news. Chu Dongxiong was the first to react. He immediately gave the order. Although the news would eventually spread, it would be best to keep it for as long as possible. As for Chu Xingkong and the others, they all felt their blood run cold. That feeling was as if an icy current had struck their spines. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Even their souls were trembling, because in that instant they actually did not see how Chu Mu attacked. They only saw a flash in front of their eyes, and it was over. As soon as they returned to the hall, Chu Mu immediately sat down to rest. The Chu clan deacon and the others immediately rushed to the three corpses and quickly carried them to the backyard of the Chu clan. Then they laid the three corpses on the ground in the backyard. Chu Dongxiong and the others quickly turned around and walked towards the hall. Chu Mu, are you injured? Chu Dongxiong asked with a face full of concern. I'm fine. I'm just a little tired. I'll be fine after some rest. Chu Mu said softly and closed his eyes. That's good. Chu Dongxiong didn't know what to say for a moment. It wasn't that he didn't want to say anything, but because that moment was too shocking. He hadn't completely recovered yet, so he couldn't find what to say. To be continued. If you liked this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 282. An hour had passed, and although Chu Mu's mental energy hadn't recovered to its peak, he no longer felt tired and his entire body was sore. Chu Dongxiong and the others were all sitting in the hall looking at Chu Mu. None of them dared to speak, fearing that they would disturb Chu Mu's rest. Now that Chu Mu had opened his eyes, they were immediately alarmed. Chu Mu, how are you? Chu Dongxiong asked with concern. The others were also looking at Chu Mu with concern and reverence. Mu'er! Chu Hangyun also opened his mouth. Fortunately, there was no other expression in his eyes other than concern. Otherwise, Chu Mu would not feel good. I'm fine. Chu Mu smiled and said, standing up. While the Wang family still does not know about the death of Wang Long and the other two, I will go to the Wang family and kill all the important people of the Wang family. Chu Dongxiong and the others were shocked and stood up. That's right. The Wang family must be destroyed. They have been enemies with our Chu family for a long time. Chu Hongkong's face flashed with a hint of ruthlessness as he said decisively, Okay, then we will gather the boys and kill the Wang family together. Chu Dongxiong said without hesitation, because this was not the time to hesitate. If the Wang family was not destroyed, perhaps this kind of thing would happen again in the future. Moreover, with Wang Long's death, the Wang family and the Chu family were already enemies. Only one of the Wang family and the Chu family could exist. Two elders lead a group of Chu family's boys and set off 15 minutes after I leave. Chu Mu said without explaining anything. His figure flashed and appeared outside the hall, quickly crossing the front yard and walking out of the Chu family mansion. Just do as Chu Mu said. Chu Dongxiong said. He knew that other than Wang Long and his two senior brothers, there were no other experts in the Wang family. With Chu Mu's strength that could kill the three strong enemies in the blink of an eye, the Wang family was nothing. Chu Mu's footsteps were quick as he walked along the main street toward the Wang family. As a native of Kaiyang City, he naturally knew where the Wang and Lin clan resided. Not long after, Chu Mu arrived outside the Wang family's residence. The Wang clan mansion was even more imposing than the Chu clan mansion. There was a majestic stone lion on both sides of the Vermilion Gate, and two clan guards with swords on their backs were standing beside the stone lions. They were both at the 7th stage of the sword Qi boundary. It seemed that Wang Long's return had greatly improved the overall strength of the Wang family. However, Chu Mu did not think much of it. Stop right there. Outsiders are not allowed to enter the Wang clan's residence. The two guards of the Wang clan immediately shouted. Their eyes shone with a terrifying light. They were originally only at the 6th stage of the sword Qi realm, but because of the return of the eldest young master, they were all rewarded with medicinal pills. After a period of cultivation, their cultivation had successfully broken through to the 7th stage, and their strength had obviously increased. Coupled with the Lin clan submission, their mentality had changed. They believed that the Wang clan was already the overlord of Kaiyang City, and that no one could compare to them. Naturally, they felt that they were superior. Chu Mu took a step forward. He did not even draw his wind-cutter sword. Instead, he casually pointed with 2 fingers. 2 rays of Xiantian sword Qi shot out, instantly piercing the throats of the 2 guards, killing them instantly. With a slap of his palm, which contained Xiantian sword Qi, the gate of the Wang clan mansion exploded with a loud bang. The fragments shot inside and smashed into the 2 guards, causing them to bleed profusely. Wang Ricken, come out. Chu Mu shouted. Who dares to call the patriarch by his name? Someone in the hall immediately shouted angrily. He rushed out with a whoosh and appeared outside the hall. His gaze landed on Chu Mu's face. Half-step Qi transformation. Chu Mu could tell this person's cultivation at a glance. Who are you? How dare you barge into the Wang clan and call the patriarch by his name? The person also saw the shattered gate and was instantly enraged. He shouted as he rushed towards Chu Mu, his hand forming a claw. Chu Mu casually pointed with a finger. Xiantian sword Qi shot out. The half-step Qi transformation realm expert had no time to dodge or even react. His throat was immediately pierced by Chu Mu's finger. Blood flowed endlessly as he fell to the ground, dead. Wang Ricken, come out. Chu Mu shouted again. His voice spread throughout the entire Wang clan. Immediately, everyone in the Wang clan was alarmed. Who is it? How dare you call the patriarch by his name? Do you not want to live anymore? Angry shouts came from all directions. It was as if they already considered themselves the overlords of Kaiyang City. Immediately after, Chu Mu heard a gust of wind. Immediately, one figure after another appeared in the Wang clan's front yard. That's Elder Wang He. He's dead. The disciples of the Wang clan were shocked when they saw the bloodied corpse on the ground. Who killed Elder Wang He? A few elders rushed over. Their eyes flashed with lightning as they focused on Chu Mu. I killed him. Where's Wang Ricken? Why aren't you coming out? Chu Mu said unhurriedly. What? Elder Wang He was killed by you? You dare to call the patriarch by his name? Die. A half-step Qi transformation realm elder directly drew his sword. His sword whistled like a sandstorm, as if he wanted to kill Chu Mu. Chu Mu didn't even bother to look at it. He was only at the half-step Qi transformation stage, and the killing move he used was only a middle-rank sword technique. He slowly lifted his finger, and with a light movement, it was as if he was touching the surface of water. An innate sword aura shot out as fast as lightning. The mid-grade sword technique was instantly broken. The half-step Qi transformation realm elder didn't even have time to react before his throat was pierced by the Xiantian sword Qi. He fell forward, his blood staining the ground. "Who are you? How dare you commit murder in our Wong clan?" The other elders of the Wong clan were terrified. "Our young master, Wong Long, is an inner disciple of the Moro sword sect. He's a Qi transformation realm expert. I advise you not to act rashly." Another half-step Qi transformation realm elder threatened. "Wong Long? He's already dead." Chu Mu chuckled. Before anyone could react, he unsheathed his wind-cutter sword. Xiantian sword Qi condensed in front of him. It was as if he was cutting through the air. The powerful Xiantian sword Qi arced forward. The dozens of people in front of him didn't even have time to react before the Xiantian sword Qi cut through their waists. The sharpness of the Xiantian sword Qi wasn't something swordsmen who hadn't even reached the Qi transformation realm could block. They only felt a tearing pain from their waists. Then they felt the world spin. Their upper and lower bodies fell apart, blood and organs splattering all over the ground. The sight of this made the others vomit. What a cruel method! How dare you kill the sons of the Wong clan? You deserve to die. A sharp flash of Xiantian sword Qi shot over from nearby. It was a Qi transformation realm elder of the Wong clan. The wind cutter sword flicked and turned, knocking away the opponent's sword and piercing his throat. It was an instant kill. In a flash, Chu Mu swung his wind cutter sword. In a flash, there was no one left standing in the front yard. Everyone from the Wong clan had been killed. Kill! The other Qi transformation realm elder of the Wong clan attacked with all his might, but he couldn't withstand a single blow from Chu Mu. He was also killed instantly. At this moment, Chu Mu was like an Azura. He didn't show any mercy. Ever since he clashed with Wong Lei and Wong Fong at the Azure Edge sword sect, he was destined to have an irreconcilable enmity with the Wong clan. Then, in the Liz Ho Sword Academy, the two brothers Wang Lin and Wang Qi also died by his sword. It was destined that he and the Wong clan would have to settle this once and for all. Originally, when Chu Mu returned to the Chu clan, he didn't have any intention of attacking the Wong clan. He only wanted to return to the Chu clan to comprehend the Wind Scroll. But he didn't expect that Wang Long of the Wong clan would return and try to subdue and even destroy the Chu clan. Kill, kill, kill. Chu Mu showed no mercy. As long as it was a member of the Wong clan, he would kill them all, even if they were of a low cultivation. Because if he didn't kill them, they might become a threat again in the future. On the ancient Sword Continent, there were fortuitous encounters everywhere. No one could guarantee that if he let some seemingly useless people go today, they wouldn't become powerful in the future and take revenge on the Chu clan. After all, Chu Mu couldn't stay in the Chu clan all the time. He also couldn't guarantee that he was invincible. If there was trouble, he had to nip it in the bud. "Chu Mu, it's you." Wang Ricken, who had already broken through to the Qi transformation realm, saw Chu Mu and was instantly enraged. But it was useless. Anger couldn't increase his strength. So, he was killed by Chu Mu in a single strike. It seems that Wang Long brought back a lot of good stuff, Chu Mu thought as he continued forward. Up until now, including Wang Ricken, 4 Qi transformation realm swordsmen of the Wong clan had died by his sword. In the past, although the Wong clan was stronger than the Chu clan, they only had 1 Qi transformation realm swordsman other than the Wong clan's old patriarch. Of course, the Chu clan only had 1 Qi transformation realm swordsman, Chu Dongxiong. Chu Mu shook off the blood on his wind-cutter sword. He couldn't remember how many members of the Wong clan had died by his sword, but he remembered that he hadn't killed the Wong clan's old patriarch. Because up until now, he hadn't killed a swordsman with a cultivation higher than the Qi transformation realm. Bastard. Goddamn bastard. You deserve to die. The Wong clan's old patriarch appeared. As soon as he saw the corpses on the ground, he was filled with grief and anger. In his fury, the Wong clan's old patriarch's eyes were bloodshot. His sword carried a fiery, red, Xiantian sword Qi. Like a volcano erupting, a torrent of lava rushed over, wanting to turn Chu Mu into ashes in an instant. Chu Mu could see that the Wong clan's old patriarch's killing move was a killing move of a fire element supreme level sword art. Judging from its power, the old patriarch hadn't mastered it very well. It seemed that he had only learned it recently, not to mention a sword art that he had only learned recently. Even if he had mastered Deshang's sword art to perfection, he still wouldn't be able to threaten Chu Mu. Just like Chu Dongxiong, the Wong clan's old patriarch hadn't comprehended any Intent Realm. Without the support of Intent Realm, the supreme level sword art wasn't very powerful. So, although this sword seemed fierce and powerful, its power was actually scattered. In Chu Mu's eyes, it was full of flaws. If I kill you, the Wong clan will be destroyed. With a low shout, Chu Mu stabbed out with his sword. The wind intent realm rippled, and all the fiery red color faded away. A hole appeared in the Wong clan's old patriarch's throat. In an instant, one could even see the scenery behind his neck. Then blood spread out, to be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 283. Following the death of the Wong clan leader, most of the Wong clan members had died as well. Even if there were some remaining, they were basically servants or maids of the Wong clan. These people were not the direct disciples of the Wong clan. They were either bought or orphans. Their sense of belonging to the Wong clan was not as strong as the real Wong clan members, because the blood flowing in their bodies was not the Wong clan's blood. Therefore, these people could be killed or not. To Chu Mu, it did not affect him at all. Not a bad low-grade sword. Chu Mu picked up the Wong clan leader's sword from the ground. Holding it in his hand, he looked at it carefully. This low-grade sword was not inferior to his own gold sword. Immediately, he put it into his spatial bracelet. After 15 minutes, the two elders of the Chu clan led 30 Chu clan members who were at least at the 7th level of the Sword Chi realm to the Wong clan residence. The first scene that entered their line of sight was the Wong family residence's main gate that had been blasted open. On the left and right sides of the gate were two corpses. They could see two small finger-sized bloody holes in the throats of the two corpses. The blood had already flowed out, soaking the ground beneath them in a viscous state. Pausing their steps, the two elders of the Chu clan hurriedly led the 30 Chu clan members into the Wong clan residence. Immediately, their faces turned pale and they bent over to retch. The scene in the front yard of the Wong clan residence was too horrifying. It was like a massacre. Blood flowed like a river. Corpses were everywhere, and most of them were cut in half at the waist. Their organs and intestines were scattered everywhere. The two elders of the Chu clan had seen the world. Although they were shocked and even a little disgusted, they still held on. They looked carefully and found that among the corpses, there were some that they recognized. They were the elders of the Wong clan. At this moment, footsteps sounded. The two elders of the Chu clan felt their hair stand on end and their hair stand on end. Their eyes shone with a sharp light as they looked towards the direction of the footsteps. It was a corner. The 30 outstanding disciples of the Chu clan also became alert. They all held onto the hilts of their swords. The owner of the footsteps finally appeared. The Chu clan members were stunned for a moment before they let out a sigh of relief. The person who appeared was Chu Mu, young Master Mu. The two elders hurriedly shouted, "You're here." Chu Mu smiled faintly. There wasn't the slightest trace of blood on his body. He had killed people without being stained with blood, and there wasn't any murderous qi lingering around him. This made the Chu family members somewhat puzzled. Could it be that these Wong family members hadn't been killed by young Master Mu? The experts of the Wong family are all dead. I'll leave the rest to you, Chu Mu said unhurriedly. His footsteps didn't stop. Also, where are the 20 or so outstanding disciples of our Chu clan locked up? I need you all to find them. In short, find everything of value in the Wang clan. Yes, young Master Mu. The two elders of the Chu clan immediately said sternly. They even subconsciously treated Chu Mu as the head of the Chu clan. Chu Mu was the first to leave the Wang clan and head towards the Chu clan residence, while the two elders of the Chu clan led the 37th level sword chi cultivators of the Chu clan and began the great undertaking of exterminating the Wang clan. Mu, are you hurt? As soon as Chu Mu entered the Chu clan, Chu Xingyan rushed over and looked left and right with a face full of concern. Father, I'm fine. Chu Mu's heart warmed as he smiled. Chu Mu, where's the Wang clan? Chu Xingkong also walked over and asked. Everyone in the Wang clan is basically dead. The only ones left are some servants and maids. Chu Mu replied, Good, it's good that they died. Chu Xingkong immediately laughed out loud. The haze in his heart had finally dispersed, and his heart was incomparably carefree. Walking into the hall, Chu Dongxiong and Chu Xingfeng were also there. When they saw Chu Mu return, they immediately asked, Old Wang is finally dead. The Wang clan is exterminated. Chu Dongxiong sighed. Suddenly, a trace of confusion flashed in his eyes. He wasn't as carefree as Chu Xingkong and the others. It wasn't that Chu Dongxiong was unhappy that the Wang clan was exterminated. It was just that the Chu clan and the Wang clan had been enemies for a long time. He and the old master of the Wang clan had been rivals and enemies since they were young. It had been so for many years. The Wang clan always existed, and Chu Dongxiong always wanted to strengthen himself and the Chu clan to surpass the Wang clan. And now, the old master of the Wang clan, his old rival, was dead. The Wang clan was also exterminated by Chu Mu's sword. For a moment, Chu Dongxiong seemed to have lost his goal and became a little lost. The Wang clan is exterminated. In the future, our Chu clan can develop and strengthen in peace. Chu Mu looked at Chu Dongxiong as if he could understand his current state of mind. He said, Our Chu clan not only needs to develop into the largest clan in Kaiyang City, we also need to do our best to develop and get closer to the real big clans. Haha, that's right. Our Chu family can continue to grow stronger. What the older generation has been working hard to accomplish, I, Chu Dangxiong, will be able to accomplish in my Chu Dangxiong's lifetime. The blankness in Chu Dangxiong's eyes disappeared, and he laughed loudly. After chatting for a while, Chu Mu got up and went to the backyard. The corpses of Wang Long and his two senior brothers were neatly placed on the ground in the backyard. There were people guarding them. Their bodies had not been touched. Wang Long used a low-grade sword, while his two senior brothers used mid-grade swords. In addition to the two low-grade swords obtained from the Wang clan, there were a total of 5 swords. In addition, Chu Mu also found some things from Wang Long and his two senior brothers. One was a fire element superclass sword art, and the other was a wind element superclass sword art. As for things like space bracelets, there was none. It could be seen that if the Moro sword sect was similar to the Great Kuin sword mansion, then the status of these 3 people in the Moro sword sect was probably not very high. After all, in the Great Kuin sword mansion, there were not many students who had space bracelets. Each of them was quite powerful. Not to mention space bracelets, they did not even have a single low-grade spiritual stone. However, it was not convenient to carry low-grade spiritual stones around. Burn their bodies, Chu Mu ordered. No one is allowed to bring up this matter, even if it's a private discussion. The reason why Chu Mu said that was to protect the Chu clan. If the Moro sword sect knew that their 3 inner disciples had died here, even Chu Mu would not be able to protect the Chu clan if they pursued the matter. Did you hear that? All of you, forget about this matter. Do not mention it, or you will be punished according to the clan rules, Chu Dongxiong shouted. Yes, the members of the Chu clan replied seriously. However, this was not enough. There were still others who had not been ordered, so they had to do something. However, That was what Chu Dongxiong, Chu Shinkong, and the others had to do. The 2 elders of the Chu clan led 30 men at the 7th stage of the Sword Chi realm. They finally found the 20 or so outstanding disciples that had been locked up in the Wang clan. They brought them all back to the Chu clan. Moreover, every corner of the Wang clan had been searched by the Chu clan. According to Chu Mu's instructions, they did not let anything of value go. Therefore, when the 2 elders and the 50 or so disciples of the Chu clan returned to the Chu clan, they were all carrying bags of various sizes. Their faces were filled with excitement. After seeing Chu Dongxiong and the others, the 20 or so outstanding disciples who had been locked up did not receive good treatment. Therefore, they were a little tired and went to rest first. Old clan master, young master Mu, these are the valuable things of the Wang clan. The 2 elders of the Chu clan performed the clan sword greeting and said. Then one bag after another was opened. Among them there were ceramics, antiques, pearls, necklaces, gold, silver, bracelets, rings, and so on. It showed the great wealth of the Wang clan. It made Chu Mu dazzled, but he was not moved. These ordinary things were basically useless to a swordsman like Chu Mu. Spiritual stones were the hard currency of the swordsman world. Not bad. These things can enrich our Chu clan's wealth. It can at least double. Chu Shinkong laughed. The development of a clan required many factors. Financial resources were an indispensable part. Without financial resources, any plan could not be implemented. Naturally, there was no way to develop and strengthen the clan. Most of them were money items. Chu Mu carefully scanned through them and found some spirit stones. The Chu clan did not have any spiritual stones. Presumably, the Wang clan did not have any spiritual stones either. These spiritual stones should have been brought by Wang Long and his 2 senior brothers. There were more than 100 of them, and they were all low-grade spiritual stones. Better than nothing. Chu Mu put away all the low-grade spiritual stones. Other than that, there are also some fake swords and some sword techniques from the Wang clan. However, they were all entry-level sword techniques, low-level and mid-level sword techniques. There were only 3 high-level sword techniques. Other than that, there were also some cultivation techniques. No matter how much or little, these things were now the Chu clan's. They were adding bricks and tiles to the Chu clan's strength. Chu Dongxiong's old face was full of smiles. With these things, the Chu clan's overall strength would increase in a short period of time. What was even more beneficial was their long-term development. In his lifetime, Chu Dongxiong believed that the Chu clan would definitely be able to stand at the top of Kaiyang City. After instructing the deacons to sort out the items they had seized, it took them quite some time to sort them out. Although it was a bit tiring, everyone's faces were brimming with smiles of relief. They felt relaxed from the bottom of their hearts. Next, Chu Dongxiong ordered everyone in the Chu clan, including the servants and maids, to gather. Gathering naturally meant that there was something important to announce. First, it was about the Wang clan's destruction. Secondly, he ordered that from now on, no one was to discuss this matter or anything related to it. It was best to forget this matter from the bottom of their hearts. Otherwise, if anyone talked about it in private, they would be punished according to the clan's rules. Although it was impossible to forget it, it was still possible for them to restrain themselves from mentioning it. After the meeting, the servants and maids left one after another. However, the men of the Chu clan did not leave. They all looked at Chu Mu with reverence and worship. They all knew that it was because of Chu Mu's return that saved the Chu clan and prevented it from being destroyed. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 284. The Wang family had been destroyed. The matter had finally come to an end. Naturally, a piece of paper couldn't contain a fire for something as big as this. Very quickly, the news of the Wang family's destruction spread throughout Kaiyang City. For a moment, Everyone was in a state of panic, afraid that they would become the next Wang family, even though they were nothing compared to the Wang family. But no matter what, there were all sorts of theories about the Wang family's destruction. This was something the Chu family couldn't stop. Fortunately, they didn't know that Wang Long and his two senior brothers were from the Moro sword sect. They only guessed that they were disciples of some sword sect. They didn't even know the names of Wang Long's two senior brothers. At this moment, the old patriarch and the current patriarch, Lin Feihu, and the elders of the Lin family were gathered together in the Lin family residence. All of them looked miserable. Of the three major families in Kaiyang City, the Lin family could be said to be the most miserable. Strictly speaking, the Lin family had the longest history among the three major families, but in terms of strength, they were the weakest of the three. Therefore, after the Chu family became powerful, the Lin family had no choice but to express goodwill to them. Wang Long's return made the Wang family surpass the Chu family, so they had no choice but to submit to the Wang family. All in all, the Lin family was a miserable family. In order to survive, they could only compromise in the cracks. Now the situation had changed. Chu Mu of the Chu family had returned, and the Wang family had been completely destroyed by him alone. From then on, the Wang family no longer existed in Kaiyang City. Only the Chu and Lin families remained. It was inevitable that the Chu clan alone would dominate Kaiyang City. It was an unstoppable trend. Now the Lin family was faced with a choice: survive or perish, or leave Kaiyang City. The suggestion of leaving Kaiyang City was immediately rejected. This was because the Lin family's foundation was in Kaiyang City. The Lin family had been developing in Kaiyang City for many years. Once they left, it would mean giving up everything and starting over. The incident between the Wang and Chu families made the Lin family realize that they were completely at the bottom of the hierarchy in the Qin dynasty. Any Qi transformation realm expert could kill them all. In addition, if they wanted to leave, they needed a clear and safe place to go. With all these factors combined, the suggestion of leaving Kaiyang City was extremely unrealistic. In that case, there were only two choices left: to survive or to perish. After much discussion, the Lin family finally made their choice. If you didn't come back this time, I'm afraid our Chu family would have been annihilated. Chu Dongxiong sighed. I can only say that the Wang clan deserves to be destroyed, Chu Mu said with a smile. This was Chu Dongxiong's bedroom, and only Chu Dongxiong and Chu Mu were there. As Chu Dongxiong sighed, he asked about Chu Mu's life in the great Qin Sor mansion. He also asked about Chu He. Chu Mu picked out some of the simpler and less important secrets to tell Chu Dongxiong. This allowed Chu Dongxiong to have a certain level of understanding of the great Qin sword mansion. As for Chu Mu, he didn't know much about him, so he didn't say much. By the way, according to the time, the annual battle of the top 100 of the Li Province Sword Academy should be starting soon. I wonder if Chu Tian and Chu Hong will be able to enter the top 100 and obtain a spot to cultivate in the great Qin sword mansion, Chu Dongxiong said. I'm not sure about that either, Chu Mu said. Unknowingly, it had been almost a year since he left the Li Province Sword Academy. Time had passed really quickly. He didn't know how his brother and the senior brothers of the Qingfeng Academy were doing this time. Would they be able to enter the top 100? Finally, Chu Dongxiong asked Chu Mu about his purpose for returning home. Chu Mu didn't hide anything and told him his purpose. I see. Then let's go to the secret chamber now. Chu Dongxiong immediately stood up and said in a swift and decisive manner. Chu Mu thought for a moment and didn't refuse. The secret chamber's passageway opened and the two walked down the stairs. Chu Dongxiong opened the door to the secret chamber and the two walked in together. The bed above the stairs automatically moved and sealed itself. Then you can meditate here. I'll go out first, Chu Dongxiong said. Wait, Chu Mu said. What's the matter? Chu Dongxiong looked at Chu Mu in puzzlement. This time I came back. In addition to meditating on the wind painting scroll, I also brought back some things for the family. Chu Mu said, Immediately, under Chu Dongxiong's curiosity, he waved his hand and 5 huge red wooden chests appeared on the floor of the secret chamber, arranged in a row. Chu Dongxiong looked at the 5 huge red wooden chests with a puzzled expression. The chest was indeed very large, but he couldn't see what was inside. However, since Chu Mu had brought it back to the family, it probably wasn't any ordinary item. Could it be something like jewelry or gold? If it was jewelry or gold, these 5 huge wooden chests would be filled to the brim. It would at least double the financial resources of the Chu family. With such financial support, the future development of the Chu family would be even wider. He didn't know that what was in the huge wooden chests wasn't jewelry or gold, but something that was hundreds or thousands of times better than jewelry or gold. After taking out the 5 huge red wooden chests, Chu Mu took out 5 swords and some books. Among them, the beginner low-level, mid-level, and high-level sword arts and cultivation methods of the same level were all taken by the Chu family. Chu Mu took out 2 transcendent sword arts and 2 profound level sword chi arts. These 2 transcendent sword arts were found from Wang Long's 2 senior brothers. As for the 2 profound level sword chi arts, they were taken from the Wang family by the Chu family. Although they were both mystic class low-grade sword chi arts, they were still much better than the mystic class low-grade sword chi art that Chu Dangxiong had cultivated. Grandfather, these are 2 transcendent sword arts and 2 profound low-level sword chi arts. They can be our Chu family's secret techniques. Grandfather and the 2 elders can cultivate them. Once you master them, your strength will definitely increase by a lot. Chu Mu said, also these are 5 swords. 3 of them are low-level swords, and 2 of them are mid-level swords. Grandfather can choose 1 mid-level sword to use and keep the other swords. When more outstanding experts appear in the Chu family, they will be given the relevant swords to increase their strength. Good. Chu Dongxiong's hands trembled. He was very excited. Both the super-level sword art and the profound-level sword chi technique were extremely valuable. With the Chu clan's previous wealth, it would be difficult for them to even obtain 1 super-level sword art and 2 profound-level sword chi techniques, let alone 2 super-level sword arts and 2 profound-level sword chi techniques. The most important thing was that these things couldn't be bought even if they had money. Chu Dongxiong cultivated a very ordinary profound low-level sword chi art, which was also left behind by the Chu family's ancestors. In addition, there were 5 swords, adding the 2 that Chu Mu gave to the 2 elders. There were a total of 7 swords. Even if there were 7 low-level swords, the Chu family wouldn't be able to afford it, even if they used all their financial resources. Not to mention 2 of them were even more valuable mid-level swords. If this kind of wealth was spread out, the Chu family would immediately become the target of all the forces within 100 or even 1,000 miles. Chu Mu couldn't help but sigh. The truly good things were in the hands of those large families with deep foundations, sword sects, and royal families. For example, the Chu family was said to be the largest family in Kaiyang City, but in the entire dynasty, it was completely at the bottom level. In addition, these 5 chests are filled with low-level spirit stones. Chu Mu said seriously. Even if he wanted to leave some good things for the Chu family to develop, he didn't dare to do it outside. After all, there were too many people, and there was no guarantee that it wouldn't be leaked. Therefore, in this secret room, it was best to only give it to Chu Dongxiong. Low-grade spirit stones. Chu Dongxiong was tongue-tied. Did the Chu family have low-level spirit stones? The answer was yes, but there were very few, only a few, and they were in the hands of Chu Dongxiong. Normally, Chu Dongxiong was reluctant to use them. This was because it was very difficult to obtain low-level spirit stones, and they were passed down from his ancestors. Although Chu Dongxiong knew that low-level spirit stones could be used to speed up cultivation, there were too few of them, so he was reluctant to use them. Instead, he kept them as treasures. Now, Chu Mu told him that the 5 huge chests in front of him, which he guessed to be filled with jewels and gold, contained low-level spirit stones that he regarded as treasures and was reluctant to use. How many were there? Chu Dongxiong almost bit off his own tongue. In each chest, there are 10,000 low-level spirit stones. 5 large chests have a total of 50,000 low-level spirit stones. Chu Mu said, 5, 5, 5. Chu Dongxiong almost suffocated. It wasn't that he wasn't calm enough. In fact, as an old master and a person in power, his will was quite good. However, 50,000 low-level spirit stones was too much for him. It was beyond his imagination, beyond his concept, and beyond the limit of what he could accept. This was like a person who treated a 10,000 yuan household as a millionaire, but someone suddenly gave him 1,000,000 yuan. In the future, grandfather can absorb the spirit energy in the low-level spirit stones to cultivate. Chu Mu said with a smile. After a long time, Chu Dongxiong finally reacted, but his heart was still surging like a storm, unable to calm down. Chu Dongxiong's eyes swept over the 5 large chests, as if he wanted to see through the chests and see the low-level spirit stones stored inside. 50,000 yuan. Even if he sold the entire Chu family, he wouldn't be able to get 1/10 of it. Chu Dongxiong couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The Chu family was lucky to have a genius like Chu Mu. More importantly, after Chu Mu became strong, he didn't forget the Chu family. Instead, he brought these things to the Chu family to strengthen the Chu family. Finally, Chu Mu took out the low-level space wristband. Grandfather, this is a low-level space wristband. There is a cubic meter of space inside. It can be used to store things. You can wear it. It's more convenient. Chu Mu said. Chu Dongxiong, who was trying to calm himself down, was completely messed up. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation.